Good night. Welcome to my channel again. Today, I am inviting you on an epic journey into the depths of Judaism, starting from its historical foundations and extending to the present day. Before we begin, you can support me by subscribing to my channel, liking the video, and leaving a comment. Your small contributions are very valuable to me so that I can continue producing content like this. Now, lean back, relax, and surrender yourself completely to the flow of the story. Long before the concrete sprawl of modern civilization laid its heavy grid over the earth, and long before the names of the great Western empires were even a whisper on the wind, a profoundly different world breathed beneath the scorching sun of the ancient Near East. If you were to stand today amidst the quiet, silver-leaved olive groves of the Levant, or walk through the bustling, narrow alleys of its oldest cities, you would be walking on the ceilings of forgotten kingdoms. Beneath the asphalt and the topsoil lie the compressed, silent layers of a turbulent and magnificent past. Layer upon layer of dust, crushed mud brick, shattered pottery, and oxidized copper hold the memories of entire civilizations that flared into existence, fought desperately for their place in the sun, and were ultimately swallowed by the relentless march of time. We are about to brush away that dust. We are about to unearth a narrative so deeply foundational to the human experience that its echoes still dictate the rhythms of our modern world. This is not a story that begins with a sudden, divine revelation on a mountaintop, nor does it start with the proud unfurling of a unified national banner. It begins in the blood, the sweat, and the chaotic geopolitical theater of the late Bronze Age. It begins in a land that was simultaneously a paradise and a prison, a narrow, sun-baked corridor of earth trapped between the endless blue expanse of the Mediterranean Sea to the west and the vast, unforgiving, ocean-like dunes of the eastern deserts. Today, this strip of land holds many names and carries the weight of countless modern conflicts. But in the shimmering heat of the second millennium before the Common Era, it was known to its inhabitants and its conquerors as Canaan. To understand the world of Canaan is to understand the precarious nature of existence in a land defined by its vulnerability. Canaan was never a single, unified empire. It was not a grand kingdom ruled by a sovereign whose face was carved into the sides of mountains. Instead, it was a fractured, violent, and vibrant mosaic of petty city-states. Imagine a landscape dotted with isolated, heavily fortified settlements, each rising from the plains or clinging to the rocky crags of the hill country like limestone crowns. These were tiny kingdoms unto themselves, ruled by local warlords and petty kings who spent their days anxiously looking over their thick mud brick walls, perpetually paranoid about the ambitions of their neighbors. There was the mighty fortress city of Hazor in the fertile north, its walls casting long shadows over the Hula Valley, acting as the great northern gateway. There was the strategic citadel of Megiddo, perched like a sentinel over the Jezreel Valley, controlling the most vital trade and military route of the ancient world. There were the fortified bastions of Gezer, Shechem, and Lachish. From the outside, these cities were imposing defensive bulwarks, their high, slanted glacis walls designed to repel battering rams and enemy chariots. But inside, they were hives of intense, concentrated human life. If you could close your eyes and step backward across 35 centuries, the sensory overload of a Canaanite city would immediately overwhelm you. You would hear the deafening clatter of coppersmiths hammering out spearheads and sickle blades in the artisanal quarters. You would hear the bleating of massive flocks of sheep and goats being hurriedly herded through the great wooden city gates as the sun began to dip below the horizon, seeking the safety of the walls before the desert predators began to prowl. The air would be thick with a complex, earthy perfume, the smell of baking unleavened flatbreads wafting from dome-shaped clay ovens, mixing with the sharp, pungent aroma of cumin, coriander, and the heavy, sweet scent of frankincense burning in a nearby household shrine. But despite their imposing walls and bustling economies, the kings of these Canaanite cities were merely middle managers in a terrifyingly large corporate theater of war. They were caught in a geopolitical vise, trapped between the crushing weight of the era's true superpowers. To the south lay the unfathomable, colossal power of New Kingdom Egypt, an empire of gold, monument, and absolute authority ruled by living gods, the pharaohs. The Egyptian shadow fell heavy over Canaan. The pharaohs did not just demand respect, they demanded submission. Egyptian military garrisons were stationed in key Canaanite cities, and stern-faced Egyptian administrators oversaw the systematic extraction of the land's wealth. They demanded endless caravans of tribute, grain to feed the empire, wine, olive oil, precious timber from the cedars of Lebanon, and most tragic of all, human beings destined for the slave markets of the Nile Delta. To the north and east, looking down from the rugged Anatolian plateau, loomed the rival Hittite Empire, a brutal, iron-fisted superpower with its own insatiable imperial ambitions. The kings of Canaan were caught in a perpetual, terrifying balancing act. They were forced to play the diplomat, appeasing the Egyptians while casting nervous glances at the Hittites, knowing that a single miscalculation could bring a swarm of war chariots down upon their fields. We do not have to guess at the psychology of these Canaanite rulers. We have their very words, frozen in time. In the sun-scorched ruins of Akhetaten, the capital city of the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten, archaeologists uncovered a diplomatic treasure trove known as the Amarna letters. These are not grand, monumental inscriptions meant to project eternal strength. They are palm-sized clay tablets, covered in the wedge-shaped impressions of Akkadian cuneiform, the diplomatic lingua franca of the age. Reading them is like eavesdropping on the desperate, panicked phone calls of antiquity. The Amarna archive reveals a Canaan that was tearing itself apart from the inside, even as it bowed to Egypt. The letters are filled with pathetic pleas, passive-aggressive complaints, and desperate cries for military aid. One local king begs the pharaoh for just a handful of Egyptian archers to save his city from a rival warlord. Another whines that a neighboring ruler has stolen his merchant wagons. The language they use to address the pharaoh is absurdly sycophantic, prostrating themselves through the clay. They address the Egyptian king as my son, my God, the breath of my life, while in the very next sentence they beg for gold and soldiers to crush their fellow Canaanite neighbors. It is a portrait of a deeply anxious world, a land of squabbling vassals desperately trying to survive under the indifferent, heavy gaze of the Egyptian eye. The ordinary people who lived, toiled, and died in this anxious land, the Canaanites, were a collection of Semitic-speaking peoples bound together by a shared, rich culture. They were master artisans whose intricate ivory carvings, exquisite gold jewelry, and fine, geometrically painted pottery were highly prized commodities, traded on merchant ships that plied the waters of the eastern Mediterranean. But primarily, they were farmers. Their entire existence was inextricably tied to the unpredictable rhythms of the sky and the soil. In the Levant, life and death were dictated by the winter rains that filled the deep, plastered cisterns carved into the bedrock, and the intense summer sun that ripened the grapes, figs, and olives. Because their survival depended entirely on the whims of nature, their religion was deeply earthy, elemental, and desperate. Their gods were not abstract philosophical concepts. They were the terrifying, tangible forces of the natural world. At the distant head of their pantheon sat El, a wise, aging creator god. But the true focus of their devotion, the deity who commanded their daily anxiety and their most fervent sacrifices, was Baal. Baal was the powerful, muscular storm god, the rider of the clouds, the bringer of thunder, lightning, and the life-giving rain. The Canaanite agricultural year was understood as a cosmic life-or-death struggle. Every year, Baal engaged in a brutal mythological war against Mot, the god of death, drought, and the scorching desert wind. When the summer heat withered the crops and cracked the earth, it was believed that Mot had killed Baal and dragged him into the underworld. When the autumn rains finally returned, breaking the drought and turning the brown hills green, it was a sign that Baal had been resurrected, triumphant over death. To ensure Baal's victory and the fertility of their fields, the Canaanites worshipped on high places, sacred groves and open-air altars situated on hilltops. Here, amidst standing stones that represented the deities, priests offered sacrifices, burning the fat of animals to nourish the storm god and ensure the survival of their civilization for another harvest. It is a profound irony of history that almost everything we know about the vibrant, complex Canaanite religion comes to us through the texts of the people who would eventually conquer them, the Israelites, who defined their own identity in fierce, uncompromising opposition to these very practices. We are left to reconstruct a magnificent, doomed culture largely by reading the furious condemnations written by their adversaries, piecing together a lost world from shattered pottery and biased scriptures. But this precarious, balanced world of squabbling Canaanite kings, Egyptian overlords, and Hittite rivals was not destined to last. As the 13th century, before the Common Era, slowly bled into the 12th, a shadow fell across the entire eastern Mediterranean. The great, unshakable empires that had provided a tense, brutal stability to the world were beginning to rot from the inside out. They were overextended, exhausted by constant warfare, and plagued by internal corruption. And then, the end of the world arrived. Historians call it the Late Bronze Age collapse, but that sterile academic term hardly captures the sheer, apocalyptic terror of what unfolded. It was a rapid, mysterious, and catastrophic systems failure that swept across the civilized world like a scythe. The intricate, globalized trade routes that had brought copper from Cyprus, tin from Afghanistan, and gold from Nubia were suddenly severed. Literacy, the art of writing that had flourished in palaces for centuries, simply vanished in many regions, and from the western seas came a new, terrifying threat. Egyptian temple walls record the arrival of a mysterious confederation of maritime warriors they called the Sea Peoples. Driven perhaps by famine, climate change, or earthquakes in the Aegean and Mediterranean islands, these raiders descended upon the shores of the Levant with apocalyptic fury. They were not just an army. They were a massive migration of desperate, heavily armed refugees. They toppled the mighty Hittite Empire, leaving its capital a smoldering ruin. They ravaged the wealthy trading cities of the Syrian coast. They swept down through Canaan, burning the ancient, fortified city-states to the ground. Even the eternal kingdom of Egypt was brought to its knees, barely surviving the onslaught by retreating within its own borders and permanently abandoning its Canaanite empire. The world of the Amarna letters was dead. The great powers had withdrawn or been annihilated. The ashes of the burned Canaanite cities drifted on the wind, settling over a landscape that was suddenly, shockingly empty of central authority. A massive, echoing power vacuum had opened up in the rugged central hill country of Canaan. It is into this smoking, fractured, and chaotic world, a world of collapsed empires, abandoned trade routes, and silent, ruined palaces, that a completely new kind of story begins to take root. It is not a story etched into the monumental stone of a pharaoh's tomb, nor is it catalogued in the diplomatic clay archives of an emperor. It is a story that begins as a fragile whisper, carried in the memories of a nomadic people, told around crackling campfires under the vast, diamond-strewn canopy of the desert sky. This new narrative does not begin with the march of a conquering army or the founding of a great city. It begins with a single, unassuming family living far to the east, in the sophisticated, ancient, and highly urbanized world of Mesopotamia, near the banks of the Euphrates River. It begins in the city of Ur, a metropolis of towering, stepped ziggurats and complex marketplaces. It begins with a man named Abram, According to the ancient memory passed down through generations, Abram was a citizen of this bustling Mesopotamian world, deeply embedded in its culture, its commerce, and its polytheistic traditions. But the narrative hinges on a moment of radical, incomprehensible rupture. Abram hears a voice. It is not the voice of the moon god, worshipped at the great ziggurat of Ur. It is the voice of a singular, unseen, and fiercely demanding God who makes an astonishing proposition. The voice commands Abram to commit an act of social and cultural suicide. He is told to leave his homeland, to sever ties with his extended family, to abandon the safety and identity provided by his city, and to journey out into the unforgiving wilderness toward a land he has never seen. In the ancient Near East, a person's identity was inextricably bound to their local geography, their kin group, and the patron deities of their city. To leave these behind was to become a nonentity, a vulnerable wanderer completely exposed to the violence of the world. Yet, the voice offers a staggering, impossible promise in return for this absolute surrender. If Abram leaves everything behind, his descendants will become a great nation, and through his bloodline, all the families of the earth will be blessed. Defying all logic, Abram listens, gathering his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, their servants, and their flocks of sheep and goats. He steps out of the gates of civilization and into the unknown. They travel northwest, tracing the great green arc of the Fertile Crescent, moving slowly as a semi-nomadic clan through a dangerous world they do not own. They cross the Euphrates, journeying south until they finally cross into the land of Canaan, the very land currently occupied by the paranoid kings and their high-walled cities. Abram arrives not as a conqueror, but as an alien. He is a stranger in a strange land, a man who dwells in fragile, black goat hair tents on the outskirts of the established, stone-walled cities of the Canaanites. He watches the great caravans pass by. He negotiates for water rights, and he maintains a careful, diplomatic distance from the local warlords who are busy worshipping Baal and offering their sacrifices on the high places. Abram, a solitary figure standing in the shadow of giants, represents the silent, quiet dawn of a new era. While the great empires of bronze and chariot crash and burn around him, this nomadic shepherd carries with him an invisible covenant, a promise of a future that will outlast the stone walls of every city in Canaan. The stage is now set. The ruins of the old world have been cleared, and the epic saga of a people who will forever change the trajectory of human history is about to begin. To step into the world of the ancient patriarchs is to leave behind the grand, sweeping geopolitics of empires, and to focus the lens of history on the microscopic, desperate, and fiercely resilient life of a single, wandering clan. The man known as Abram, later to be called Abraham, did not enter the land of Canaan at the head of a conquering army, nor did he lay the foundations for a fortified city of stone and mortar. His existence was defined by motion, a perpetual, semi-nomadic drift through a landscape that was as breathtakingly beautiful as it was relentlessly harsh. Imagine the stark contrast of his daily reality, an outsider dwelling in temporary shelters made of heavy, woven black goat hair, pitching his tents in the dusty, windswept margins between the established, walled city-states of the Canaanite kings. He was a man of the open air, an Amorite chieftain navigating a delicate and dangerous diplomacy. He had to negotiate for every drop of water drawn from deep, hand-dug wells, bargaining for the right to pasture his vast flocks of sheep and goats on the rocky hillsides of Shechem and the scrub-brush plains of Bethel, all while maintaining a wary distance from the local warlords who viewed him with a mixture of suspicion and pragmatic tolerance. Yet, beneath this seemingly ordinary pastoral existence lay the foundation of a revolutionary concept that would alter the spiritual trajectory of humanity. The narrative of Abraham is punctuated by a series of profound, unseen encounters with the divine, culminating in the establishment of a covenant. In the context of the ancient Near East, a covenant was not a casual promise. It was a severe, binding treaty, often forged in blood, typically dictating the terms of surrender between a victorious emperor and a defeated vassal. But the covenant presented in the patriarchal narratives is shockingly intimate. It is portrayed as a deeply personal, almost contractual bond between a solitary human being and the supreme architect of the universe. The terms of this divine treaty were impossibly audacious. The unseen God promised Abraham two distinct things: a vast, permanent homeland and a lineage of descendants so numerous they would rival the stars scattered across the desert night sky. The profound irony of these promises was not lost on Abraham, for they stood in direct defiance of his physical reality. The promise of land was, at this stage, purely aspirational. He was a resident alien who did not hold the deed to a single inch of Canaanite soil. Save for a dark cave he would eventually purchase at exorbitant cost, merely to bury his wife. More agonizing, however, was the promise of descendants. In the ancient world, a man's legacy, his economic security, and his very immortality were entirely dependent upon his heirs. Yet, Abraham's wife, Sarai, later named Sarah, carried the heavy, culturally devastating burden of barrenness. As the decades slipped away and their bodies grew frail with advanced age, the divine promise seemed to morph from a glorious prophecy into a cruel, lingering taunt. The narrative of their lives revolves entirely around the agonizing wait for this impossible heir, a tension that finally shatters with the miraculous, logic-defying birth of a son in their twilight years. They named him Isaac, a name that translates to "he laughs," echoing the bitter, incredulous laughter of his parents when they were first told that their ancient, withered bodies would produce life. But the story of Abraham and Isaac does not settle into a peaceful, pastoral sunset. It ascends to a climax of unimaginable psychological horror. In a narrative sequence that has troubled and fascinated theologians, philosophers, and historians for millennia, the voice that called Abraham out of Mesopotamia returns with a demand that shatters the very foundation of the covenant. Abraham is commanded to take his beloved son, the child of the promise, the sole genetic bridge to the future, and offer him as a burnt sacrifice on the desolate peak of Mount Moriah. It is impossible to overstate the darkness of this 3-day journey. Imagine the suffocating silence between father and son as they trudged through the dusty hills, the heavy bundle of split firewood strapped to the boy's back, the cold, heavy bronze of the sacrificial knife hidden within the folds of Abraham's robe. It is a brutal, agonizing test of absolute devotion, pushing the boundaries of faith to the precipice of madness. The narrative reaches its breaking point at the summit, with the boy bound atop the rough-hewn stones of the altar and the blade raised against the sky. But the blade does not fall. A sudden, divine reprieve echoes across the mountain, halting the execution and replacing the boy with a ram caught in the nearby thickets. While this story is a profound exploration of faith, it also serves as a sharp, defining cultural manifesto in the broader context of the ancient Near East, where the appeasement of fierce deities through human sacrifice, particularly the sacrifice of the firstborn, was a known and terrifying reality in surrounding cultures. This event establishes a radical theological boundary. It loudly declares that the God of Abraham, unlike the bloodthirsty gods of the Canaanite high places, absolutely rejects the sacrifice of human life. Isaac, having survived the trauma of the altar, grows into a figure who stands in stark contrast to his dynamic, pioneering father and his notoriously cunning son. He is the quiet bridge of the patriarchal saga, the living, breathing proof of the covenant, whose life is characterized by a pastoral stillness. Unlike Abraham, Isaac does not embark on grand migrations across empires. He spends his days in the arid, sun-baked expanses of the Negev desert, a landscape of stark, silent beauty and punishing heat. His life is a rhythmic repetition of survival, redigging the ancient, sand-choked wells of his father, maintaining a cautious peace with the Philistine herdsmen, and grieving the eventual passing of the great patriarch. He is the inherited promise, holding the line in a desolate land. However, the quietude of Isaac's life is entirely shattered within the walls of his own tent. His wife, Rebekah, brought from the old ancestral lands of Mesopotamia, gives birth to twin boys who are destined to tear the family apart. The boys, Esau and Jacob, represent a volatile clash of archetypes. Esau, the firstborn, is a creature of the earth, robust, covered in thick red hair, a man of the open fields and a skilled hunter. He is the visceral embodiment of the wild, bringing the smell of game and the dust of the wilderness into the camp, and he is deeply beloved by his father, Isaac. Jacob, conversely, is described as a quiet man, smooth-skinned, a dweller in tents who prefers the calculated safety of the encampment to the unpredictable danger of the hunt. He is the observant, calculating favorite of his mother, Rebekah. The stage is set for a catastrophic, intergenerational trauma, a bitter struggle for supremacy, blessing, and birthright that will echo down through the centuries. The turning point of the patriarchal saga is a masterpiece of deception, a story that highlights the wonderfully, messily human nature of these foundational figures. Jacob, whose very name implies a supplanter or one who grasps the heel, lives up to his namesake. When Isaac grows old, his eyes clouded by the white film of cataracts, he prepares to pass the ultimate, irreversible patriarchal blessing onto his favorite son, Esau. But Jacob, conspiring in the shadows with his mother, orchestrates a ruthless theft. Taking advantage of his father's blindness, Jacob dons the garments of his brother, tying the rough, hairy skins of slaughtered goats to his smooth arms and neck to mimic Esau's touch. He brings a dish of savory, spiced meat prepared by his mother, standing before the frail, trembling patriarch. Isaac, confused by the contradiction of hearing Jacob's voice while smelling the wild scent of Esau and feeling the coarse hair on the boy's skin, is tragically duped. He pours out the sacred, irrevocable blessing of power, prosperity, and dominance upon the wrong son. When Esau returns from the hunt and discovers the betrayal, his reaction is not merely anger. It is an earth-shattering, guttural cry of primal anguish. The theft of the blessing fractures the family beyond repair, igniting a murderous rage in Esau's heart. Terrified for his life, Jacob is forced to abandon the land of the covenant. He flees northward, embarking on the same grueling, month-long journey back across the unforgiving terrain of the ancient Near East to the ancestral homeland of Mesopotamia, traveling in reverse the exact path his grandfather Abraham had carved generations before. He leaves as a wealthy heir, but travels as a desperate, solitary fugitive with nothing but a walking staff and the clothes on his back. In the bustling, sophisticated world of Haran, Jacob, the master trickster, finally meets his match. He falls under the authority of his uncle Laban, an Aramean patriarch who possesses a capacity for calculated deceit that far eclipses Jacob's own. For the first time, the manipulator becomes the manipulated. Jacob falls deeply, obsessively in love with Laban's younger daughter, Rachel, and agrees to an astonishing 7 years of indentured servitude to earn her hand in marriage. But on the night of the wedding feast, under the cover of heavy darkness and the thick, suffocating layers of the bridal veil, Laban substitutes his older, less favored daughter, Leah, into the marriage bed. When the harsh morning light reveals the deception, Jacob's outrage is met with Laban's cold, pragmatic extortion. To win the woman he actually loves, Jacob is forced to commit to another 7 years of grueling labor. For 2 long decades, Jacob is trapped in a grinding battle of wits with his father-in-law. It is a period of intense, unrelenting struggle, characterized by sharp practices in animal husbandry, disputes over spotted and speckled flocks, and the bitter, exhausting rivalries of a deeply divided household. Through sheer, stubborn persistence and cunning, Jacob slowly amasses a massive fortune in sheep, goats, camels, and servants. More significantly, through his 2 wives and their 2 handmaids, he builds a sprawling, contentious family, fathering 12 sons and a daughter. But despite his wealth, he remains an exile, a stranger in a land that is not his own. The pull of the covenant, the memory of the land promised to his grandfather, eventually forces him to make a daring, secretive escape from Laban's grip, turning his massive caravan south, back toward the hills of Canaan. The journey home, however, is overshadowed by a paralyzing, existential dread. To enter Canaan, Jacob must face the brother he betrayed 20 years prior. Word reaches him that Esau is marching to meet him, accompanied by a private army of 400 armed men. Convinced that he is about to be slaughtered along with his wives and children, Jacob desperately divides his camp, sending lavish waves of tribute ahead to appease his brother's wrath. On the final night before they are to meet, Jacob sends his entire family across the shallow, muddy ford of the Jabbok River, choosing to remain behind on the dark, solitary bank. He is entirely alone, stripped of his wealth, his family, and his clever schemes, left only with his terror. It is in this pitch-black isolation that the most mysterious and profound event of Jacob's life occurs. Out of the darkness, a figure attacks him. The text is deliberately, frustratingly ambiguous about the identity of the assailant. Is it a man, a demon of the river, an angel, or the physical manifestation of the divine? What follows is not a polite theological dialogue, but a brutal, desperate, all-night physical wrestling match in the mud and the reeds. They grapple, strain, and choke one another until the first grey light of dawn threatens to break over the eastern hills. Seeing that he cannot overpower the stubborn patriarch, the divine assailant strikes Jacob's hip socket, violently dislocating the joint. Yet, even in excruciating pain, clinging to his attacker, Jacob refuses to let go. He demands a blessing. In that moment of brokenness and sheer, unyielding endurance, the entity grants him a new name. He will no longer be called Jacob, the supplanter. He is named Israel, a title carrying the profound and heavy meaning, he who struggles with God. As the sun rises, Jacob limps across the river to face his brother, forever changed. He is no longer just a clever shepherd. He carries the physical scar of a divine encounter. The story of a singular man and his fractured family has now, irreversibly, become the story of a people. The name Israel, born in the mud and the blood of a midnight struggle, will become the eternal identifier for the sprawling, contentious family he leads. His 12 sons are no longer just siblings. They are the symbolic, foundational seeds of the 12 tribes that will eventually lay claim to the land of Canaan. The great, lingering mystery surrounding these epic, larger-than-life tales of the patriarchs is their exact relationship to the cold, hard facts of the archaeological record. If we search the grand monuments of Egypt or the vast cuneiform archives of Mesopotamia, we will find no mention of a wandering chieftain named Abraham. No archaeologist has ever unearthed a stone inscription declaring that Isaac dug a specific well, or that Jacob wrestled a god by a riverbed. For decades, many historians concluded that these figures were not historical in the way that a pharaoh like Ramses or a Hittite emperor was historical. Yet, to dismiss these narratives as mere campfire fictions is to fundamentally misunderstand the nature of ancient storytelling and the preservation of cultural memory. While the stories of Genesis were likely compiled, edited, and written down centuries after the events they describe, they preserve a startlingly accurate, deeply embedded cultural memory of a lost world. The semi-nomadic lifestyle depicted, the specific migration routes following the Fertile Crescent from Mesopotamia down into the Levant, the complex, archaic laws regarding marriage, inheritance, and the adoption of heirs. All of these details fit remarkably well with what historians now know about the massive migrations of Amorite and other Semitic peoples during the turbulent centuries of the Middle Bronze Age, long before the Israelites emerged as a distinct nation. These narratives are not the sterile annals of kings. They are a people's powerful, poetic, and spiritual explanation of their own DNA. They are the foundational charter that explains who they are, where they came from, and why they are inextricably bound to this particular rocky strip of land between the sea and the desert. The family of Israel had survived its internal betrayals and returned to the land of the promise, but the peace they found was incredibly fragile. The 12 sons of Jacob were not a unified band of brothers standing shoulder to shoulder. They were a volatile collection of half-brothers, born from 4 different mothers, simmering with the quiet, toxic jealousies and the blatant favoritism that so often tear large families apart. And at the epicenter of this brewing storm stood one boy, the favored son, whose grand, arrogant dreams would soon plunge the entire family into a catastrophe that would shift the stage of history from the rocky hills of Canaan to the monumental, sun-drenched valley of the Nile River. The legacy of the name Israel, won in the agonizing darkness by the muddy banks of a rushing river, did not immediately usher in an era of unity or peace for the chosen family. Instead, it became the heavy, suffocating canopy under which one of the most toxic, devastating, and consequential domestic dramas in human history would unfold. The 12 sons of the aging patriarch were not a cohesive brotherhood forged by mutual respect or shared destiny. They were a fragile, combustible alliance of half-brothers, born to different mothers, raised in an atmosphere of intense, simmering rivalries and constantly jockeying for the approval of a father whose affections were dangerously unequal. And at the absolute center of this volatile emotional storm stood one boy, the fulcrum upon which the fate of the entire family, and ultimately an entire nation, would balance. His name was Joseph. Joseph was the firstborn son of Rachel, the woman Jacob had labored intensely for 14 years to marry, the woman who had died tragically on the dusty road to Bethlehem. In the eyes of the grieving, aging patriarch, Joseph was not merely a son. He was the living, breathing ghost of his greatest love, the miraculous child of his old age. Jacob's favoritism was not a quiet, private matter kept behind the heavy curtains of his tent. It was a blatant, unapologetic, and highly visible obsession. He doted on the boy with a shameless intensity that poisoned the atmosphere of the entire encampment. This toxic favoritism was crystallized and weaponized in the form of a singular, spectacular gift, a custom-made, exquisitely crafted garment. Modern translations often reduce this item to a simple coat of many colors, but the historical reality of the ancient Near East suggests something far more provocative. It was a long-sleeved, ankle-length tunic, woven with rare, expensive dyes, crafted from fine linen or soft wool. In a culture where working shepherds wore coarse, sleeveless animal hides to leave their limbs free for the brutal, dirty labor of managing livestock and fighting off predators, this luxurious garment was a bold, walking declaration of aristocratic exemption. When Joseph walked through the camp, wrapped in his magnificent coat, the long, tailored sleeves signaled to everyone, especially his 10 older, sweat-drenched brothers, that he was the overseer, the prince of the family, entirely above the menial labor they were forced to endure. It was a daily, unbearable humiliation. Joseph, possessing the lethal combination of adolescence and profound entitlement, did absolutely nothing to mitigate his brother's brewing hatred. He was a dreamer, plagued by vivid, prophetic nighttime visions, and he possessed a spectacular lack of tact in sharing them. He gathered his exhausted brothers, men whose hands were calloused from the harsh Canaanite earth, and excitedly recounted a dream where they were all binding sheaves of grain in the field. In his vision, his brother's sheaves suddenly stood up and bowed in absolute submission to his own upright sheaf. As if this agricultural metaphor of dominance were not infuriating enough, he soon followed it with a cosmic one. He dreamed that the sun, the moon, and 11 stars, unmistakable symbols of his father, his mother, and his brothers, descended from the heavens to prostrate themselves at his feet. To the 10 older sons of Israel, these dreams were not the innocent ramblings of a child. They were the height of insufferable arrogance, the final, unforgivable insult piled atop decades of resentment. The text notes with chilling simplicity that they hated him and could not speak a single peaceful word to him. The breaking point arrived in the searing, unforgiving heat of the Canaanite summer, far from the protective gaze of their father. The older brothers had driven the massive family flocks northward, searching for viable pastureland near the city of Shechem. Jacob, anxious for news of his wealth and his sons, dispatched his golden child to check on them. It is easy to imagine the scene from the perspective of the older brothers, sitting in the meager shade of a rocky outcropping, their faces coated in the pale dust of the hills. Looking toward the horizon, they saw a solitary figure approaching through the shimmering heat distortion. It was a speck of brilliant, expensive color moving across the bleached, desolate landscape. It was the dreamer, walking alone into their territory. In that desolate place, isolated from the laws of their father and the constraints of their camp, the simmering, generational hatred finally boiled over into a cold, calculated conspiracy. The initial impulse of the mob was brutal, immediate, and final. They would murder the boy, throw his body into one of the many dry, deep limestone cisterns that scarred the landscape, and fabricate a story about a wild beast tearing him apart in the wilderness. It was only the frantic intervention of the eldest brother, Reuben, who felt the heavy weight of responsibility for the boy's life, that temporarily stalled the execution. Reuben convinced them to shed no blood, but simply to strip Joseph of the offensive, hated coat and throw him alive into a deep, waterless pit, secretly planning to return in the dead of night to rescue him. But the chaotic machinery of fate was already in motion, and plans in the desert rarely survive the shifting sands. While Reuben was temporarily away from the camp, another brother, Judah, gazed out over the ancient trade route that snaked through the valley and saw an opportunity that appealed to his cold, pragmatic nature. A massive caravan of Ishmaelite and Midianite merchants was plodding along the road, their heavy camels laden with fragrant spices, healing balms, and precious myrrh, making the long, lucrative journey down into the heart of Egypt. Judah turned to his brothers and offered a chillingly rational alternative to murder. Why bear the eternal guilt of their own brother's blood when they could permanently rid themselves of the problem and turn a profit simultaneously? The transaction was swift and devoid of any familial mercy. For 20 pieces of silver, the standard, universally recognized price of a male slave in the ancient Near East, the favored son of Israel was hauled out of the darkness of the pit and handed over to rough, foreign merchants. Joseph was dragged away in chains, his desperate cries fading into the dust as the caravan moved steadily southward. To cover their tracks, the brothers took the magnificent, bloodless coat, the symbol of all their resentment, and slaughtered a goat. They plunged the fine fabric into the deep crimson blood, staining it beyond recognition, and carried the tattered, ruined garment back to Hebron. They presented the gruesome evidence to their aging father, not speaking a direct lie, but allowing the devastating visual to do its work. Jacob recognized the fabric immediately. The patriarch's reaction was not mere sadness. It was a total, physical collapse into an abyss of inconsolable grief. He tore his own clothes, put on the coarse, scratchy sackcloth of mourning, and refused all attempts at comfort, declaring that he would weep for his son until the day he descended into the grave. The brothers had successfully destroyed the dreamer, but they had also broken the spirit of the very father whose love they had so desperately sought to reclaim. While Jacob sat weeping in the dusty, goat-hair tents of Canaan, his son was being dragged into a world that was utterly, terrifyingly alien to everything he had ever known. The descent into Egypt was not just a change of geography. It was a shock to the senses, a transition from the precarious, rain-dependent, semi-nomadic hills of the Levant to the most structured, monolithic, and overwhelming civilization on the face of the earth. As the merchant caravan crossed the desolate Sinai and entered the lush, green explosion of the Nile Delta, Joseph would have been confronted by the staggering scale of the new kingdom. Egypt was a society obsessed with order, hierarchy, and eternity. It was a land of monumental stone temples that defied the sky, guarded by colossal statues of animal-headed deities that stared out with cold, unblinking eyes. The very rhythm of life here was not dictated by the unpredictable rains of Canaan, but by the relentless, reliable, and sacred annual flooding of the great Nile River. The people were highly organized, clean-shaven, and deeply suspicious of the bearded, rustic, sheep-herding Asiatics who lived beyond their borders. Joseph, a prince in his father's tent, was now nothing more than inventory, a foreign commodity to be sold in the bustling, sun-drenched slave markets of the capital. He was purchased by a man named Potiphar, a high-ranking military official, a captain of the Pharaoh's elite guard. Within the sprawling, opulent estate of this powerful Egyptian, Joseph's inherent brilliance, his unshakable work ethic, and a charismatic aura of competence began to assert themselves. He was not a man to break under the yoke of slavery. He learned the complex Egyptian language, adopted their administrative systems, and applied a ruthless efficiency to everything he touched. The narrative explicitly attributes his success to the unseen hand of his God, but from an earthly perspective, Joseph was a master administrator. Potiphar, recognizing the immense value of this foreign slave, promoted him rapidly until Joseph was the absolute overseer of the entire household, managing the fields, the finances, and the countless servants of the estate. He had rebuilt his life from the ashes of betrayal, but success in the ancient world often invited dangerous, unwanted attention. Joseph had grown into a remarkably handsome young man, and his physical presence, combined with his immense authority, caught the eye of the one person in the estate he could not control, Potiphar's wife. The Egyptian noblewoman became obsessed with the young Hebrew overseer, initiating a relentless, daily campaign of seduction. Joseph, bound by an unwavering moral code and a deep sense of loyalty to the master who had elevated him, repeatedly and firmly rejected her advances, declaring that to betray Potiphar would be a profound sin against God. Her infatuation, met with continuous rejection, quickly curdled into a vicious, vindictive fury. One afternoon, when the massive house was empty of servants, she cornered him, physically grabbing his cloak and demanding he surrender to her. In a desperate bid to escape, Joseph wrenched himself free, fleeing the house so quickly that he left his outer garment clutched in her hands. Once again, a piece of Joseph's clothing would be weaponized to destroy his life. Using the abandoned cloak as fabricated evidence, Potiphar's wife twisted the narrative, screaming to her servants and her husband that the insolent Hebrew slave had attempted to assault her. The outrage of a high-ranking Egyptian official was absolute. Joseph was stripped of his position, his authority, and his freedom, and was cast down into the royal dungeon, a grim, suffocating, subterranean prison specifically designated for the political enemies of the state. He was thrust from the sunlit, lotus-scented gardens of Potiphar's villa into a world of damp stone, heavy bronze chains, and the groans of forgotten men. Yet, even in this lightless abyss, the strange, magnetic competence of Joseph could not be suppressed. He did not succumb to despair. He observed, he organized, and he quickly earned the trust of the chief jailer, who essentially handed over the administration of the prison to the brilliant Hebrew inmate. The dungeon became his new estate to manage. It was in this grim environment that his ancient childhood gift, the terrifying, isolating ability to interact with the world of dreams, returned to the forefront of his destiny. The political machinations of the Egyptian court occasionally spilled over into the prison, bringing two prominent, high-value inmates into Joseph's sphere, the pharaoh's chief cupbearer and the chief baker. These were not mere servants. They were elite officials who held the literal life of the god-king in their hands, responsible for tasting his wine and preparing his food, guarding him against assassination by poison. Both men had fallen under the volatile suspicion of the pharaoh and were awaiting judgment in the dark. One morning, Joseph found both men in a state of profound, trembling agitation. During the night, they had each experienced vivid, highly symbolic, and deeply disturbing dreams, and in the confines of the dungeon, there were no temple priests or learned magicians to decipher the omens. Joseph, attributing the power of interpretation solely to God, offered to listen. The cupbearer described a vision of a magnificent vine with 3 branches that blossomed and produced ripe grapes, which he then squeezed directly into the pharaoh's golden cup, placing it safely in the monarch's hand. Joseph's interpretation was immediate and luminous with hope. Within 3 days, the pharaoh would lift the cupbearer's head, absolve him of guilt, and restore him to his exalted position at the royal court. Joseph asked for only one thing in return for this joyous news: that the cupbearer would remember the innocent Hebrew languishing in the dungeon and mention his name to the pharaoh. Encouraged by this positive omen, the chief baker eagerly shared his own dream. He saw himself carrying 3 woven baskets of white bread on his head, intended for the pharaoh, but flocks of ravenous birds descended from the sky, aggressively eating the baked goods right out of the top basket. Joseph did not flinch from delivering the horrific truth. The interpretation was a mirror image of the first, but draped in death. Within 3 days, the pharaoh would indeed lift the baker's head by severing it from his shoulders and impaling his body on a stake, where the birds of the air would tear at his flesh. 3 days later, during a lavish royal banquet celebrating the pharaoh's birthday, the dreams manifested into brutal, exact reality. The cupbearer was restored to the right hand of the throne, and the baker was marched to the executioner's block. But as the cupbearer stepped back into the opulent, intoxicating world of the Egyptian court, breathing the incense and tasting the fine wine of freedom, the memory of the dark prison and the Hebrew slave who had given him hope evaporated completely. He forgot Joseph. For 2 agonizing, silent years, Joseph remained buried in the dungeon. The seasons of the Nile flooded and receded. The Egyptian sun blazed overhead, and the Hebrew slave was left to wonder if the divine presence that had guided him was finally gone, leaving him to rot in the darkness. But the machinery of destiny, though slow, was grinding toward an unprecedented convergence. The pivot of history occurred not in the dusty plains of Canaan, but within the gilded, heavily guarded bedchamber of the most powerful man in the known world. The pharaoh himself was suddenly plagued by a sequence of nightmares so visceral, so deeply unsettling, that he awoke in a cold sweat, his mind thrashing with the terrifying imagery. In his first dream, the pharaoh stood on the muddy banks of the sacred Nile River. From the life-giving waters emerged 7 cows, sleek, fat, and beautiful, grazing peacefully among the tall papyrus reeds. But they were immediately followed by 7 other cows, creatures of pure nightmare, gaunt, sickly, their ribs protruding sharply against their hides, the most wretched animals the king had ever seen in all of Egypt. To the pharaoh's horror, the emaciated, skeletal cows viciously attacked and devoured the 7 fat cows, yet their stomachs remained hollow, their bodies just as starved as before. He awoke, his heart pounding, only to fall back into a second, equally disturbing vision. He saw a single stalk of grain sprout 7 plump, healthy, golden ears. Suddenly, 7 thin, scorched, and withered ears of grain, blasted by the scorching east wind of the desert, sprouted and violently swallowed up the healthy grain. When the morning sun rose over the empire, the Egyptian court was thrown into a state of absolute panic. The pharaoh's dreams were not considered mere psychological disturbances. They were desperate communications from the divine realm, omens that carried the fate of the entire nation. He summoned the greatest minds of the empire, the chief lector priests, the astrologers, the learned magicians of Memphis and Thebes, commanding them to decipher the visions. But the wise men of Egypt stood before the throne in terrified silence. The symbolism eluded them. The standard books of dream interpretation offered no solutions. The God King was left furious and deeply frightened. It was in this moment of intense, crackling tension that a memory finally jarred loose in the mind of the chief cupbearer. Standing beside the throne, he witnessed the failure of the magicians and the rising panic of his sovereign. Stepping forward, he made a dangerous confession, recalling his time in the dungeon, his own prophetic dream, and the astonishing accuracy of a young Hebrew slave who had interpreted the visions in the dark. The command was given, and the extraction was immediate. Royal guards descended into the dungeon, pulling Joseph from the shadows. The transition had to be instantaneous, for no man could stand in the presence of the living God King in a state of impurity. Joseph was stripped of his prison rags. His head and body were hastily and meticulously shaved, removing every trace of hair in accordance with strict Egyptian ritual purity laws. He was bathed, anointed with oils, and dressed in the fine, brilliant white linen of the court. In a matter of hours, he was transformed from a forgotten, subterranean number into a figure fit for the royal audience chamber. As Joseph walked into the blinding, opulent splendor of the pharaoh's throne room, a vast hall supported by massive columns painted with lapis lazuli and crimson, filled with the scent of Kai-Fi incense and the nervous whispers of the most powerful nobles on earth. The pharaoh looked down at the foreign former slave and declared, "I have had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream, you can interpret it." Joseph's response was a masterclass in humility and unwavering theological confidence. He did not claim the power for himself. "It is not in me," he replied, his voice echoing in the great hall. "God will give Pharaoh a favorable answer." As the pharaoh recounted the grotesque imagery of the cannibalistic cows and the withered grain, Joseph listened, his mind instantly unlocking the terrifying macroeconomic reality hidden within the symbols. He delivered the interpretation with absolute, chilling clarity. The two dreams, he explained, were one and the same, a divine decree that was firmly fixed and imminent. Egypt, the breadbasket of the ancient world, was about to experience a climatic anomaly of epic proportions. There would be 7 consecutive years of unprecedented, staggering agricultural abundance, where the Nile would flood perfectly and the land would produce grain in unfathomable quantities. But this golden age would be immediately followed by a catastrophe. 7 years of a famine so absolute, so severe, and so geographically widespread that the memory of the 7 good years would be completely erased from the earth. The lean cows and the withered grain represented a creeping death that would devour the nation. If Joseph had stopped there, he would have been remembered merely as a bearer of apocalyptic news. But he did not stop. Drawing upon the administrative genius that had managed Potiphar's estate and reorganized the royal prison, Joseph boldly pivoted from prophecy to policy. Standing before the absolute ruler of the empire, a 30-year-old former slave laid out a comprehensive national survival strategy. He advised the pharaoh to immediately appoint a highly intelligent, exceptionally capable overseer to take absolute control of the nation's agricultural output. During the 7 years of plenty, this dictator of grain must ruthlessly tax and confiscate 1/5 of all the harvests, stockpiling immense strategic reserves in heavily guarded store cities under royal lock and key. When the 7 years of famine struck, this centralized reserve would be the only thing standing between the Egyptian empire and total annihilation. The throne room fell silent. The brilliance of the plan, the the sheer audacity of the young man and the undeniable ring of truth in his words captivated the court. The pharaoh, recognizing a wisdom that transcended the knowledge of his own priests, made a decision that would alter the geopolitical landscape of the ancient Near East. He turned to Joseph and declared that since God had revealed this to him, there was no man more discerning or wise. In a breathtaking, almost incomprehensible reversal of fortune, the pharaoh stripped the heavy, gold signet ring of state from his own finger and thrust it onto Joseph's hand. This was not a symbolic gesture. It was the transfer of absolute, executive power. The ring authorized Joseph to sign royal decrees and command the wealth of the empire. Attendants rushed forward, dressing the former slave in robes of the finest Egyptian linen, and the pharaoh himself placed a massive, heavy gold chain of office around his neck. Joseph was given the second royal chariot, and as he rode through the streets of the capital, heralds ran ahead of him, shouting for the populace to bow down to the ground. He was given an Egyptian name, Zaphanath-Paneah, and married to Asenath, the daughter of the powerful high priest of the sun god at Heliopolis, firmly embedding him into the absolute highest echelon of Egyptian nobility. The despised, betrayed brother, the falsely accused prisoner, was now the Grand Vizier of Egypt, second in command only to the pharaoh himself. The prophecy unfolded with terrifying precision. For 7 years, the earth produced in massive, overflowing abundance. Joseph traveled the length and breadth of the empire, a relentless administrator, constructing vast, heavily fortified silos and granaries, gathering grain like the sand of the sea until he finally stopped keeping records, for the volume was beyond measure. He was the architect of the greatest stockpile of wealth the world had ever seen. And then the Nile failed to rise. The skies turned to brass. The earth cracked. The 7 years of devastating famine began, gripping not only the lush valley of Egypt, but extending its suffocating reach across the entire region, sweeping over the Mediterranean coast and up into the rocky, arid hills of Canaan. As the food supplies in surrounding nations evaporated, starvation began to stalk the ancient world. But in Egypt, because of the vizier's foresight, the granaries were opened. The empire became the sole remaining lifeline for millions, and Joseph controlled the keys to the vaults. Hundreds of miles to the north, in the parched, dying landscape of Canaan, the famine struck the encampment of Jacob with devastating force. The pastures were gone, the flocks were dying, and the great patriarch looked at his aging, desperate sons, demanding to know why they were simply staring at one another in the face of starvation. Rumors had reached the hills that there was grain to be bought in the south. Jacob ordered 10 of his sons to take their silver, load their donkeys, and make the perilous journey down to Egypt to buy food, that they might live and not die. Only Benjamin, the youngest, the only other son of his beloved, deceased Rachel, was kept behind, clutched tightly by a father terrified of losing the last remnant of his favored wife. The 10 brothers crossed the desolate Sinai and entered the massive, bureaucratic machinery of the Egyptian state. They were directed to the administrative center, where foreign merchants were required to present themselves. They were ushered into a grand, intimidating hall to stand before the terrifyingly powerful Egyptian governor who controlled the food supply of the world. They approached the dais, trembling under the gaze of the vizier, surrounded by armed guards and the opulence of the Egyptian court. The 10 men, exhausted, covered in the dust of the road, fell to their knees and bowed their faces to the stone floor in absolute, desperate submission. Sitting on the elevated throne, looking down at the backs of the men who had thrown him into a pit and sold him for silver 20 years prior, was Joseph. He recognized them instantly. The familiar faces, now lined with age and weathered by the sun, the very men who had ripped the coat from his back. But to them, he was utterly unrecognizable. He was an Egyptian lord, clean-shaven, adorned in heavy gold and stark white linen, speaking the harsh, guttural language of the empire through an interpreter. They were living out the exact, infuriating prophecy of the sheaves of grain that had driven them to murder 2 decades ago. The universe had violently snapped the dream into reality. What followed was a masterful, agonizing piece of psychological theater. Joseph did not immediately reveal his identity, nor did he exact swift, bloody revenge. Instead, he initiated a complex, calculated test to probe the depths of their souls. He needed to know if they were still the same callous, murderous men of their youth. Had the guilt of their betrayal changed them? Above all, he needed to know if they would abandon their youngest brother, Benjamin, with the same cold indifference they had shown him. He spoke to them harshly, accusing them of being foreign spies sent to discover the weaknesses of the Egyptian border. The brothers, terrified, pleaded their innocence, explaining their family history, mentioning the father left in Canaan, the youngest brother who stayed behind, and casually, heartbreakingly referencing the brother who is no more. Joseph locked them in prison for 3 days, letting them taste the dark isolation they had once condemned him to. He then released them, but bound the second eldest, Simon, as a hostage, demanding that they return to Canaan, bring back the youngest brother Benjamin as proof of their story, and only then would they be allowed to live and trade in Egypt. The psychological pressure cracked them. Standing before the unyielding vizier, believing he could not understand their Hebrew tongue, the brothers began to confess their ancient, buried guilt to one another. "In truth, we are guilty concerning our brother," they whispered in anguish, "in that we saw the distress of his soul when he begged us and we did not listen. That is why this distress has come upon us." Joseph, listening from the throne, was so overwhelmed by the raw emotion of their delayed repentance that he had to turn away and leave the room to weep in secret, before washing his face and returning to maintain his icy imperial facade. The brothers returned to Canaan, their sacks full of grain and their hearts heavy with dread. When the food ran out again, Jacob was forced, in a scene of wrenching emotional agony, to part with Benjamin, allowing him to be taken to Egypt to secure Simon's release and buy more food. It was Judah, the very brother who had suggested selling Joseph, who stepped forward, offering himself as a personal, eternal guarantee for the boy's safe return. When the brothers arrived back in the Egyptian court with Benjamin, Joseph's psychological test entered its final, most intense phase. He hosted a lavish banquet, seating the brothers in exact order of their birth, a detail that deeply unnerved them, and showering Benjamin with portions 5 times larger than the rest. Then he set his final trap. He ordered his steward to secretly place his own personal silver divination cup into the sack of the youngest brother before they departed for home. As the brothers left the city, believing they had survived the ordeal, Joseph's heavily armed royal guard overtook them on the road. The steward accused them of theft, searching the sacks from the oldest to the youngest. When the silver cup was pulled from Benjamin's sack, the brothers tore their clothes in absolute, paralyzing horror. They were dragged back to the palace, falling to the ground before the furious vizier. Joseph delivered the devastating verdict. The men were free to return in peace to their father, but the boy in whose sack the cup was found would remain in Egypt forever as a slave. It was the ultimate, horrific repetition of history. They were once again offered the chance to walk away, to abandon the favored son of Rachel to slavery and save their own skins. But the men had changed. The decades of guilt had broken them. Judah, the architect of the original betrayal, stepped forward and delivered one of the most impassioned, desperate pleas in recorded history. He explained that losing this boy would literally kill their aged father, that the patriarch's life was inextricably bound to the life of the child. And then, in a stunning act of ultimate redemption, Judah offered to take Benjamin's place. "Let your servant remain instead of the boy as a servant to my lord," Judah begged, "and let the boy go back with his brothers. For how can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? I fear to see the evil that would find my father." The test was over. The circle was complete. The brother who had sold him into slavery was now offering to become a slave to save his brother. Joseph could no longer maintain the facade. He ordered every Egyptian official, every guard, and every interpreter out of the great hall. Left entirely alone with the men who had betrayed him, the Grand Vizier of Egypt broke down. He wept with such overwhelming, violent force that the sound echoed through the corridors of the palace, reaching the ears of the Pharaoh's household. Through his tears, he spoke to them in their own native Hebrew tongue, uttering the words that would shatter their reality forever. "I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?" The brothers were paralyzed, struck dumb by a terror so profound it defied description. The ghost of their past, the victim of their greatest crime, was now the absolute master of their lives. But Joseph did not reach for the sword. He reached for them. He called them closer, weeping over Benjamin, embracing the men who had once thrown him into a pit. He delivered a profound theological interpretation of their entire tragic history, declaring that it was not their malice, but the hand of God that had sent him ahead to Egypt to preserve life, to ensure the survival of their family through the great famine. The news of the reunion reached the Pharaoh, who, in an act of extraordinary generosity toward his brilliant vizier, extended an open, royal invitation. The entire clan of Israel, Jacob, his sons, their wives, their children, and their massive flocks, were invited to leave the dying hills of Canaan and migrate down into the absolute best land that Egypt had to offer. The wagons were sent, the journey was made, and the aged, trembling patriarch Jacob finally fell into the arms of the son he had mourned for 20 years. The sprawling, 70-member family of Israel was granted the fertile, lush region of Goshen in the eastern Nile Delta. It was a pastoral paradise, uniquely suited for their massive herds of livestock, and crucially, it provided a safe, isolated buffer from the core Egyptian populace, who culturally despised shepherds. The epic saga of the patriarchs had come to a peaceful, idyllic resolution. The family was reunited, their stomachs were full, and they were flourishing under the absolute protection of the most powerful empire on earth, sheltered by a vizier who was their own flesh and blood. The children of the promise were safe. But beneath the surface of this heartwarming conclusion, a massive, glaring historical contradiction demands our attention. The Egyptians of the New Kingdom were a fiercely proud, insular, and deeply xenophobic people. They believed themselves to be culturally and racially superior to all surrounding nations, particularly the nomadic, Semitic tribes of the Levant, whom they viewed as unwashed barbarians. The idea that a native, traditional Egyptian pharaoh would take a foreign, Hebrew slave straight out of a dungeon, bypass the entire noble class of priests and generals, and elevate him to the absolute highest office in the land, giving him control over the empire's wealth and an Egyptian aristocratic bride, seems almost entirely impossible to modern historians. It violates everything we know about the strict, unyielding hierarchy of traditional Egyptian society. So, are we looking at a beautiful fiction? Or is it possible that this story actually occurred, but the background, the political reality of Egypt at that specific moment in time, was radically, fundamentally different than we usually imagine? To solve this mystery, we must drift back into the shadows of Egyptian history, into a chaotic, violent, and often misunderstood era where the unthinkable became reality, and where the rulers of the Nile were not who they appeared to be. To solve this historical puzzle, we must peel back the polished, propagandistic veneer of Egypt's monumental history and descend into a fragmented, chaotic epoch that the pharaohs later tried desperately to erase from their official records. We must look to a time before the golden age of the New Kingdom, before the glittering treasures of Tutankhamun, and before the colossal statues of Ramses the Great cast their long shadows across the desert. For centuries, the Middle Kingdom of Egypt had projected an image of eternal, monolithic stability. But as the centuries ground on, the central authority of the native Egyptian kings began to rot from within. The administrative bureaucracy grew bloated and corrupt. The provincial governors began acting as independent warlords, and the unifying grip of the capital slowly dissolved. Historians refer to this dark, unraveling era as the Second Intermediate Period. It was a time of profound geopolitical weakness, and nature abhors a vacuum. Into this fractured, vulnerable landscape poured a slow, steady, and inexorable tide of outsiders from the northeast. They came from the arid, sun-baked hills of Canaan and the coastal cities of the Levant. But this was not a sudden, overwhelming military invasion led by a conquering general. It was a demographic creep. It was a migration of climate refugees, pragmatic merchants, hardened mercenaries, and desperate pastoralists seeking relief from the chronic famines that plagued the Canaanite highlands. They crossed the porous borders of the Sinai and filtered into the eastern Nile Delta, a lush, verdant explosion of marshland, interwoven river branches, and incredibly fertile soil. The native Egyptians, clinging to their weakened centers of power further south, called these immigrants Asiatics. Generation after generation, these Semitic-speaking peoples settled in the delta, gradually putting down roots in the very region known as Goshen. As their numbers swelled, these immigrants did not simply assimilate into the background of Egyptian society. They began to dominate it. They built a sprawling, hybrid metropolis in the delta called Avaris. If you were to walk through the bustling streets of Avaris during its zenith, you would not feel as though you were in traditional Egypt. The architecture was a jarring, vibrant fusion of Levantine sensibilities and Egyptian engineering. The people worshipped a syncretic blend of deities, elevating the Canaanite storm god Baal and equating him with the Egyptian god of chaos and the desert, Seth. Avaris became a cosmopolitan powerhouse of trade, a bustling harbor city that connected the wealth of the Nile with the maritime networks of the Mediterranean. But these settlers brought more than just their gods and their merchants. They brought revolutionary, world-shattering technology. The native Egyptian military of this era was largely a Bronze Age infantry force, reliant on simple bows, copper axes, and foot soldiers. The Asiatics introduced the composite bow, a devastating weapon constructed of laminated wood, horn, and sinew that could punch an arrow through armor at an unprecedented distance. More terrifyingly, they brought the ultimate weapon of ancient warfare, the horse-drawn chariot. To an Egyptian infantryman who had never seen one, a chariot was a machine of incomprehensible terror, a mobile, elevated weapons platform thundering across the battlefield, shattering infantry lines with blinding speed. Armed with these advanced military technologies, the leaders of Avaris eventually stopped paying lip service to the weakened Egyptian kings in the south. They seized total control of northern Egypt. The native Egyptians referred to these foreign overlords with a specific, bitter title, *Heka Karsat*, which translates to rulers of foreign lands. Through the filtering of later Greek historians, this term was warped into the name by which they are infamous today, the Hyksos. It is within the shadow of the Hyksos dynasty that the astonishing biblical account of Joseph suddenly transforms from an improbable fairy tale into a perfectly logical, historically coherent narrative. Imagine a Hyksos pharaoh, a ruler of Semitic descent, sitting upon the throne of northern Egypt. This is not a traditional, xenophobic Egyptian god-king who despises foreigners. This is a king whose own ancestors migrated from the Levant. When a brilliantly capable, highly intelligent young Hebrew named Joseph is brought before him, this pharaoh does not see a despicable, unwashed Asiatic slave. He sees a kinsman. He sees a man who speaks a related language, who understands the cultural nuances of the Levant, and who shares a similar, pastoral heritage. In a court heavily populated by foreign elites who are constantly worried about the resentful native Egyptian population surrounding them, Elevating a foreigner with no local political ties to the position of Grand Vizier is not just plausible, it is a stroke of political genius. Joseph's absolute loyalty would be tied directly to the Hyksos' throne, untainted by the complex, treacherous politics of the native Egyptian nobility. Furthermore, the enthusiastic welcome extended to Jacob's entire sprawling family makes perfect strategic sense under a Hyksos regime. When the 70 members of the Israelite clan arrive in the delta with their massive flocks of sheep and cattle, the Hyksos pharaoh does not isolate them out of disgust. He eagerly settles them in the prime real estate of Goshen, because he is actively fortifying his own demographic base. By populating the eastern borders of his kingdom with friendly, kindred Semitic tribes, the pharaoh creates a loyal, pastoral buffer zone against any potential threats from the desert. The biblical narrative, when viewed through the lens of the Hyksos occupation, preserves a profound cultural memory of a fleeting, extraordinary era when people from the hills of Canaan did not just survive in Egypt, they ruled it. But the wheel of history is merciless, and the era of the Heka Karsat was living on borrowed time. Deep in the south of Egypt, hundreds of miles up the Nile in the ancient city of Thebes, the native Egyptian royal families had been pushed to the absolute brink. They were reduced to the humiliating status of vassals, forced to pay heavy tribute to the foreign kings in the north, while watching their sacred lands be occupied by people they considered polluted barbarians. Within the dark, incense-filled sanctuaries of the god Ammon, a fierce, burning, and violently uncompromising nationalistic fervor began to take root. The Theban princes came to believe it was their sacred, divine destiny to cleanse the soil of Egypt, to drive the Asiatics into the sea, and to reunify the two lands under the banner of true native blood. This simmering hatred erupted into a series of brutal, apocalyptic wars of liberation. The conflict was merciless. We have recovered the mummified remains of one of the early Theban leaders, Sekenenetau, and his skull is shattered, bearing the horrific, unmistakable impact wounds of a Canaanite battle axe, a testament to the visceral brutality of the frontline combat. His successor, Kamos, waged a campaign of pure vengeance, leaving behind inscriptions that boast of burning Hyksos ships and making their women weep in terror from the rooftops. But it was Kamos's successor, the brilliant tactician Amos I, who finally delivered the death blow. Having adopted the very chariot technology that the Hyksos used to subjugate them, the Theban army pushed relentlessly northward. Around the year 1550 BCE, Amos laid siege to the great capital of Avaris. The city fell. The remaining Hyksos rulers, along with their elite military garrisons, were violently expelled, chased back across the Sinai desert, and slaughtered in the Levant. Amos I reunited Egypt, establishing the glorious 18th dynasty and ushering in the New Kingdom, the most powerful, wealthy, and culturally dominant era in Egyptian history. For the native Egyptians, this was their greatest triumph. But for the Semitic peoples who had not fled, for the pastoral communities like the Israelites who were deeply rooted in the soil of Goshen, the expulsion of the Hyksos was the beginning of an unimaginable nightmare. The political atmosphere in the newly reunited Egypt changed overnight. The new regime, traumatized by centuries of foreign occupation, was gripped by a suffocating, paranoid xenophobia. Anyone with a Canaanite name, anyone who worshipped foreign gods, anyone who spoke a Semitic dialect was no longer viewed as a neighbor or a trading partner. They were viewed as the remnants of the hated occupiers. They were a fifth column, a demographic ticking time bomb, waiting to betray the nation from the inside. This profound, terrifying historical pivot aligns with devastating accuracy to the dark turning point in the biblical text. The book of Exodus states with chilling brevity, "Now there arose a new king over Egypt who did not know Joseph. This new pharaoh, looking out over the fertile plains of the eastern delta, did not see the descendants of a brilliant vizier who had once saved the empire from starvation. He saw a rapidly multiplying alien population sitting on his most vulnerable border. The biblical narrative captures the cold, calculating geopolitical terror of the Egyptian caught perfectly. The pharaoh addresses his advisors, warning that the children of Israel have become too numerous and too mighty. His ultimate fear is spoken aloud. If war breaks out, this massive Semitic population might join forces with Egypt's enemies, taking up arms against the state and fighting their way out of the land. The solution to this demographic crisis was not deportation. The empire, embarking on a massive era of monumental construction to celebrate its rebirth, had an insatiable appetite for manual labor. The pharaoh's decree was a masterpiece of cruel, calculated subjugation. The goal was twofold: to utterly exploit the Israelites as an expendable, free workforce for the state, and to subject them to conditions so brutal, so physically annihilating, that it would break their spirits and organically curb their population growth. The trap slammed shut. The pastoral paradise of Goshen was transformed into a sprawling, open-air concentration camp. The descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were stripped of their autonomy. They were placed under the absolute authority of ruthless Egyptian taskmasters, men who wielded the whip and the baton with merciless impunity. The Israelites were drafted into the most brutal form of state corvée labor, forced to build the massive supply cities of Pithom and Pi-Ramses. These were not delicate works of masonry. They were monumental fortresses of earth and clay, designed to project the terrifying power of the new kingdom. To understand the reality of their enslavement, one must understand the agonizing, monotonous, and body-breaking process of making mud bricks in the ancient world. The work began before dawn, in the thick, suffocating mud along the banks of the Nile canals. The laborers were forced to stand knee-deep in the dark, fetid water, hauling massive baskets of heavy, wet clay up the slippery banks. This clay had to be violently stomped and kneaded with their bare feet to remove air bubbles, a process that left their legs caked in a heavy, hardening shell of mud. To give the bricks structural integrity, chopped straw and chaff had to be mixed into the clay. The stiff, sharp fibers of the straw would tear at the skin of their hands and feet, leaving thousands of tiny, stinging cuts that festered in the filthy water. Once the mixture was right, they were forced to pack the heavy mud into wooden molds, violently slamming it down to ensure sharp corners, before carefully lifting the mold away to leave the wet brick to bake in the scorching Egyptian sun. This had to be done thousands upon thousands of times a day. The Egyptian taskmasters established impossible, crushing daily quotas. If a team of laborers failed to produce their required number of bricks by sundown, the punishment was immediate and severe. The crack of the leather whip over the backs of the exhausted workers became the relentless metronome of their existence. The biblical text does not shy away from the psychological toll, stating simply that the Egyptians made their lives bitter with hard service, in mortar and brick, and in all kinds of work in the field. The blistering heat of the Egyptian summer baked the earth and dehydrated the laborers, pushing the human body to the absolute edge of its endurance. Men collapsed under the weight of the carrying poles. Backs were permanently warped by the endless stooping. Hands were worn down to cracked, bleeding leather. They were no longer shepherds, no longer the proud heirs of a divine covenant. They were merely biological machines, fuel to be burned in the furnaces of Egypt's monumental ambitions. Yet, as the years dragged on and the cruelty intensified, a strange, infuriating paradox began to plague the Egyptian court. The policy of exhaustion was failing. The more the Israelites were beaten, the more they were starved, and the more they were worked to the bone, the more their population seemed to explode. They were displaying an impossible, almost supernatural resilience. The harshness of the labor was not breaking them. It was forging them into a hardened, desperate mass of humanity. The demographic terror that had initially prompted the enslavement now mutated into a blinding, hysterical panic within the halls of the pharaoh's palace. The state-sponsored slavery had failed to solve the Asiatic problem. The population continued to swell, a dark, churning sea of enslaved humanity living right on the threshold of the capital. Faced with the failure of his labor camps to exterminate the Hebrews through attrition, the pharaoh realized that passive destruction was no longer enough. The state would have to take a far more direct, intimate, and horrifying approach to population control. The whips of the taskmasters had failed to stop the children of Israel from multiplying. Therefore, the pharaoh decided the state would have to intervene at the very moment of birth. A shadow of unimaginable darkness was about to fall over the mud-brick huts of Goshen, setting the stage for a covert war on the most vulnerable members of the Hebrew society, and setting into motion the incredible, miraculous survival of a child who would one day bring the greatest empire on earth to its knees. The grand, sweeping architecture of Egyptian oppression had failed. The back-breaking quotas, the searing heat of the brickyards, the whips of the taskmasters, all of it had proven entirely inadequate against the stubborn, biological resilience of the enslaved Israelites. The demographic terror that gripped the pharaoh's court now demanded a strategy far darker than mere forced labor. If the slow, grinding attrition of the mud pits could not curb the explosive growth of this foreign population, the Egyptian state would have to intervene at the very genesis of life. The war against the Hebrews was about to move from the sun-drenched fields of Goshen into the intimate, blood-stained shadows of the birthing room. Deep within the cool, heavily guarded, incense-filled recesses of the royal palace, the pharaoh convened a clandestine meeting. The individuals summoned to stand before the living God-king were not seasoned generals clad in bronze armor, nor were they high priests of Amun-Ra. They were two women, known to history as Shiphrah and Puah. They were the chief Hebrew midwives, women who held a position of profound, sacred trust within the slave community. In the ancient Near East, childbirth was a perilous, terrifying journey to the very edge of death. Women gave birth not in beds, but crouching on two ceremonial birthing bricks, invoking the protection of deities like Meskenet and Tauret. The midwives were the guardians of this threshold, their hands catching the fragile new life as it entered the world. The pharaoh looked down at these two women and delivered a command of chilling, psychopathic simplicity. He ordered them to weaponize their sacred profession. When they attended the Hebrew women on the birthing stool, they were to carefully observe the sex of the infant the moment it emerged. If it was a female, she was permitted to draw her first breath and live. But if it was a male, the midwives were to act as silent, invisible executioners for the state. A pinched airway, a smothered cry, a severed cord left untied. The methods were left to their discretion, but the mandate was absolute. The male line of the Israelites was to be systematically, quietly eradicated at the exact moment of its arrival. It was a masterstroke of covert genocide, designed to slowly erase a people without sparking an open, bloody revolt. But the pharaoh, insulated by his own absolute power, fundamentally miscalculated the moral fortitude of the women standing before him. Shiphrah and Puah were thrust into an agonizing crucible. To disobey a direct command from the pharaoh was to invite immediate, horrific torture and execution. Yet, the narrative records that these women possessed a fear that transcended the terrifying authority of the Egyptian throne. They feared God. Faced with an impossible choice between their own survival and the slaughter of innocents, they chose a silent, breathtakingly dangerous rebellion. They returned to Goshen and continued to deliver the children, wrapping the newborn boys in linen and handing them safely to their exhausted, weeping mothers. When the infant mortality rate failed to spike, a furious pharaoh summoned the midwives back to the palace, demanding to know why his royal decree had been blatantly ignored. The women, demonstrating a brilliant, desperate cunning, offered a piece of inspired ethnographic subterfuge. They played upon the deeply ingrained prejudices and stereotypes of the Egyptian elite. The Hebrew women, they explained, were not like the delicate, refined noblewomen of Egypt. They were robust, animalistic, and wildly vigorous. By the time the midwife received the summons and arrived at the tent, the Hebrew woman had already delivered the child on her own, like a creature of the field. The excuse was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation, leaning into the Egyptian belief that the Asiatics were untamed barbarians. For a brief, fragile moment, the deception held and the midwife survived. But the failure of his covert campaign only stripped away the pharaoh's pretense of secrecy. Frustrated, paranoid, and utterly unrestrained, he escalated his genocidal ambition into a public, terrifyingly absolute decree. He issued a command not just to the midwives, but to all the people of Egypt, empowering every citizen to act as an agent of the state. Every male child born to the Hebrews was to be violently seized and thrown into the waters of the Nile. The psychological horror of this edict is impossible to overstate. The Nile River was the sacred artery of the empire, the life-giving tears of Isis, the domain of the fertility god Hapi. It was the source of all wealth, the highway of commerce, the very reason Egypt existed in the midst of a barren desert. Now, by royal decree, this sacred river was to be transformed into a watery mass grave. The riverbanks, overgrown with thick papyrus reeds, became a landscape of sheer terror for the Israelites. Imagine the suffocating atmosphere of dread that descended upon the mud-brick villages of Goshen. Pregnancy, once a profound blessing and the fulfillment of the ancient patriarchal covenant, was instantly transmuted into a ticking clock of despair. Every swelling belly was a harbinger of potential doom. When the time of delivery came, the process had to be shrouded in absolute, terrified silence. The involuntary cries of a laboring mother had to be violently muffled. And when the child finally arrived, the first, desperate sound a family listened for was not the healthy cry of a newborn, but the devastating confirmation of its sex. If it was a boy, his very existence was a capital offense. The air in Goshen grew thick with the sound of weeping, as Egyptian soldiers and willing citizens tore infants from their mothers' arms and hurled them into the currents, where the waters and the waiting crocodiles consumed the future of Israel. It was within this suffocating, blood-soaked environment of state-sponsored terror that a man and a woman from the priestly tribe of Levi conceived a child. When the time came, the woman, Jochebed, gave birth in the stifling shadows of her home. The child was a boy. He was, as the ancient text describes him, a beautiful, healthy, and vigorous child. Looking down at the condemned infant, Jochebed made a decision born of sheer, defiant maternal desperation. She would not surrender him to the river. For 3 agonizing months, she successfully hid the infant within the confines of her home. It was a period of sustained, nerve-shredding tension. Every passing shadow of an Egyptian patrol, every barking dog, every unexpected knock at the door threatened to expose their secret. The entire household had to operate in a state of hypervigilance, constantly hushing the baby, timing his feedings perfectly to prevent his cries from carrying through the thin walls of their dwelling. But a growing infant cannot be concealed forever. As his lungs grew stronger and his voice louder, the inevitable reality closed in upon them. The risk of discovery became an absolute certainty. Driven to the absolute brink, Jochebed conceived a plan that was simultaneously an act of heartbreaking surrender and an astonishing leap of faith. If the pharaoh demanded that the boy be placed in the river, she would obey the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the execution. She gathered stalks of the tough, triangular papyrus reeds that grew in abundance along the riverbanks. With meticulous, frantic care, she wove them together to form a small, sturdy basket. To make it watertight, she coated the outside with a thick layer of sticky bitumen and black pitch. the same materials used to caulk the massive merchant ships of the era. The Hebrew word used for this vessel is *teva*, the exact same word used in the ancient scrolls to describe the massive ark that Noah built to survive the apocalyptic flood. This tiny, pitch-covered basket was not a coffin. It was an ark of salvation, a fragile vessel designed to navigate a sea of death. In the pale, misty light of early morning, Jochebed carried the sleeping infant down to the edge of the Nile. She did not cast him into the rushing current. Instead, she gently placed the watertight basket among the thick, towering reeds that grew in the shallow, muddy margins of the river, hoping the dense vegetation would conceal him from the patrols while keeping the basket from drifting out into the treacherous open water. She turned away, unable to watch the fate of her son, but she did not leave him entirely alone. She posted her young daughter, Miriam, a short distance away, a small, anxious sentinel hidden in the brush, tasked with watching over the tiny vessel to see what destiny would befall her brother. The fate of the child, and the fate of the entire Israelite nation, now rested on the unpredictable currents of the Nile and the whims of chance. The narrative takes its most dramatic, deeply ironic turn as a royal procession descends toward that exact, secluded bend in the river. It was the daughter of the pharaoh, accompanied by a retinue of female attendants and fan-bearers, coming down to the sacred waters to bathe. This was not a casual swim. Royal bathing in the Nile often carried deep religious and ritualistic significance, perhaps a petition to the river gods for fertility or purification. As the princess stepped toward the water, her eyes caught the unnatural shape of the pitch-covered basket resting among the tall green reeds. She commanded one of her maidservants to wade into the shallows and retrieve it. The wet, dripping basket was brought before the princess and carefully opened. Inside, the infant, undoubtedly hungry, frightened by the movement, and separated from the warmth of his mother, began to cry. In the ancient world, the barriers of class, race, and imperial ideology were virtually insurmountable. The princess was the daughter of a living god, a woman steeped in the xenophobic, supreme arrogance of the Egyptian court. She looked down and recognized the child immediately. The circumcision, the coarse linen, the very context of a baby hidden in the river. She knew precisely what she was looking at. This is one of the Hebrews' children, she observed. By the law of her own father, by the decree of the supreme ruler of the empire, she was obligated to overturn the basket and let the child drown. But the piercing, helpless cry of a terrified infant possesses a universal frequency that can shatter even the thickest armor of imperial conditioning. The text records a singular, monumental shift in emotion. She had compassion on him. In that fleeting, silent moment, looking into the crying face of a condemned slave, the Princess of Egypt committed an act of high treason against the throne. She decided to let the boy live. It was in this precise, delicate window of opportunity that the young sentinel, Miriam, demonstrated an astonishing presence of mind. Stepping out from a hiding place in the brush, this young Hebrew slave girl approached the royal entourage. It was an act of incredible audacity to speak unbidden to a member of the royal family, but Miriam possessed a cunning that rivaled the midwives. She did not claim the child. She did not beg for his life. Instead, she offered a highly practical, culturally appropriate solution to the princess's sudden, unspoken problem. "Shall I go and call you a nurse from the Hebrew women?" Miriam asked, bowing low, "to nurse the child for you." The princess, perhaps recognizing the logistical difficulty of bringing an unweaned, forbidden infant directly into the royal palace without a food source, agreed. "Go," she commanded. Miriam turned and ran back through the dust of Goshen, bursting into her home to deliver the miraculous news. Jochebed was brought before the Princess of Egypt. In a twist of profound, almost comedic cosmic irony, the daughter of the pharaoh handed the condemned infant back to his own biological mother, completely unaware of their connection. Not only was the child's life spared, But the Egyptian royal house offered to pay Jochebed a wage to nurse and protect her own son. The state machinery designed to exterminate the boy was now actively financing his survival. For the first few years of his life, the child remained in the mud-brick confines of Goshen, nurtured at the breast of a Hebrew mother, surrounded by the language, the sorrow, and the whispered traditions of his enslaved people. But this arrangement was only temporary. When the boy was fully weaned, the heavy hand of his destiny pulled him away from his family. Jochebed was forced to bring him back to the sprawling stone palaces of the capital, presenting him to the pharaoh's daughter. The princess formally adopted him as her own son. She bestowed upon him a name that perfectly encapsulated his miraculous origin, Moses. In her own tongue, she explained the naming, "Because I drew him out of the water." It is a beautiful sentiment, but history reveals a deeper linguistic reality. The name Moses, or Mos is a classic Egyptian suffix meaning is born or child of, commonly attached to the names of deities, as seen in legendary pharaohs like Thutmose, child of Thoth, or Ramses, child of Ra. To the Egyptian court, he was a prince whose name lacked a patron god, a blank slate to be molded by the empire. But in the Hebrew language, the name Mosh sounds remarkably close to the verb to draw out, transforming his Egyptian royal title into a constant, echoing reminder of his watery rescue. The boy who had been condemned to die in the mud was now elevated into the absolute highest echelon of the greatest civilization on earth. Moses grew up walking the polished alabaster floors of the royal palace. He was educated in the the elite royal nursery and academy where the princes of Egypt and the sons of foreign vassal kings were trained. He would have been instructed in the complex, beautiful art of writing hieroglyphics and the administrative cursive of hieratic script. He would have studied mathematics, engineering, astronomy, and the vast, intricate mythology of the Egyptian pantheon. He was trained in the brutal, elegant arts of war, learning to fire a composite bow while balancing on the shifting deck of a war chariot moving at breakneck speed. To the outside world, Moses was a prince of the new kingdom, his eyes lined with dark kohl, his head shaved clean save for the single, braided sidelock of youth, adorned in the heavy gold collars of the nobility. But beneath this immaculate, imperial veneer, a profound and agonizing cognitive dissonance was quietly tearing the young prince apart. Moses was a man trapped between two entirely incompatible worlds, bearing the crushing psychological weight of a dual identity. He feasted on roasted fowl and drank fine wine from golden goblets in halls cooled by giant fans of ostrich feathers. But he possessed the dangerous, secret knowledge of his true bloodline. He knew that just beyond the manicured gardens of the palace, his biological kinsmen were being beaten, starved, and worked to death in the blazing sun to build the very monuments that glorified his adopted family. He was a prince of the oppressors, yet a son of the oppressed. For years, Moses carried this internal fracture in silence. The narrative does not record the agonizing nights spent wrestling with his conscience, nor the careful, guarded conversations he must have navigated in the pharaoh's court to hide his sympathies. But a pressure cooker of guilt, privilege, and suppressed identity can only withstand so much heat before the metal warps and shatters. The breaking point arrived not in a grand throne room, but in the blinding, suffocating heat of the brickyards. As a young man, fully grown and vested with the authority of his royal station, Moses made a fateful decision to step out of the insulated bubble of the palace. The ancient text states simply that he went out to his people and looked on their burdens. He did not go as a casual observer. He went to witness the reality of their suffering firsthand. The sights, the sounds, the smell of sweat and festering wounds, the rhythmic, sickening crack of the leather whips. It was an overwhelming sensory assault of injustice. While walking through the labor camps, his eyes locked onto a specific, brutal scene. An Egyptian taskmaster was mercilessly beating a Hebrew slave. It was a common occurrence, an everyday reality of the imperial machine. An Egyptian prince was expected to walk past such discipline without breaking stride. But for Moses, this was the moment the fracture split wide open. The lifetime of carefully maintained Egyptian conditioning evaporated in an instant, overwhelmed by a primal, volcanic eruption of loyalty to his blood. Moses looked this way and that. Seeing no other Egyptian officials or guards nearby, the Prince of Egypt made a violently irreversible choice. He stepped forward and struck the Egyptian taskmaster. The blow was lethal. The man who had been trained in the elite martial arts of the royal guard used his bare hands to kill an agent of the state. Standing over the lifeless body of the Egyptian, his hands stained with blood, Moses realized the catastrophic magnitude of what he had done. He had crossed a line from which there was no return. In a frantic, desperate attempt to conceal his crime, he dragged the heavy corpse into the soft, shifting sands of the desert, burying the evidence of his fractured identity beneath the dunes. He returned to the palace, perhaps hoping that the desert would keep his secret forever, but secrets buried in the sand rarely stay hidden for long. The very next day, Moses returned to the labor camps, perhaps seeking out the man he had saved, or perhaps drawn back by the new, dangerous awakening of his conscience. He came upon two Hebrews engaged in a vicious, physical brawl. Stepping into his assumed role as an arbiter of justice, Moses confronted the aggressor, demanding to know why he was striking his companion. The response he received was not one of gratitude or respect. The Hebrew slave glared back at the prince adorned in Egyptian finery, a man who represented the very system crushing them. The slave delivered a stinging, devastating rebuke that pierced Moses to his core. "Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian?" The words hit Moses with the force of a physical blow. He had believed he was acting as a secret savior, a righteous defender of his people. But to the Israelites, he was just another dangerous, unpredictable Egyptian lord. Worse, the knowledge of his crime was not a secret. If a lowly slave in the brickyards knew about the murder, it was only a matter of time before the whispers reached the cold, polished floors of the Pharaoh's court. The panic was instantaneous and absolute. When the Pharaoh heard of the murder, his reaction was not to treat Moses as an errant son who needed discipline, but as a traitor to the crown who had struck out against the authority of the state. The decree went out for his immediate execution. Moses had no time to pack provisions, no time to gather wealth, no time to say goodbye to the Egyptian mother who had raised him or the Hebrew mother who had birthed him. He shed the heavy gold collars, the fine linen, the entire constructed identity of an Egyptian prince. He ran. He fled eastward, away from the fertile valley of the Nile, past the fortified border garrisons, and plunged headlong into the searing, trackless, and unforgiving desolation of the Sinai wilderness. The pampered prince of the greatest empire on earth was now a fugitive, a man without a country, running for his life under the relentless, burning eye of the desert sun. The transition from the opulent, shaded corridors of the Egyptian royal palace to the merciless, sun-blasted expanse of the Sinai Peninsula is not merely a change in geography. It is a violent, psychological amputation. When Moses fled the borders of the empire, he left behind every vestige of the identity that had defined him. The heavy gold collars, the fine, pleated linen that whispered against polished alabaster, the deference of servants, and the illusion of imperial invulnerability. All of it was stripped away by the searing, abrasive winds of the desert. He was plunged into a desolate, terrifying topography of jagged granite peaks, dry, choking wadis, and endless oceans of scorching gravel. This was a landscape that did not care if you were a prince or a slave. It demanded only one thing: survival. Driven by the paralyzing fear of the Pharaoh's executioners, the fugitive pushed eastward, moving beyond the reach of Egyptian military patrols, deep into the arid, semi-nomadic territory of Midian. Here, on the ragged fringes of the known world, the man who had once been positioned to command armies and navigate the lethal, complex politics of the greatest empire on earth was reduced to the most humble, unremarkable existence imaginable. He was taken in by a local tribal priest named Jethro, and in exchange for sanctuary, he married the priest's daughter, Zipporah. The prince of Egypt became a shepherd. It is crucial to grasp the sheer, crushing weight of the time that followed. This was not a brief, dramatic sabbatical. The ancient narrative records that Moses remained in this silent, dusty exile for 40 years, 4 decades, an entire lifetime slowly evaporating under the relentless desert sun. This was a long, agonizing, and fundamentally necessary crucible of unlearning. The arrogance, the impulsive rage, and the innate superiority complex bred into him by the Egyptian royal court were meticulously, painfully burned away. In the palace, he had believed he could solve the injustice of his people with a single, violent strike of his own hand. In the wilderness, he learned that he was entirely powerless. The complex, geopolitical strategies of Memphis and Thebes were replaced by the slow, enduring, elemental rhythms of the earth. His days were reduced to finding sparse patches of green pasture in the rocky valleys, defending his flock from the silent, lethal strikes of desert predators, and drawing water from deep, hidden wells. His soft, manicured hands turned to cracked, weathered leather. The sophisticated, multi-layered rhetoric of the Egyptian court was silenced by the vast, echoing emptiness of the mountains. He learned the infinite patience of a man who guides mindless animals through a hostile world. The impetuous, self-assured prince was dead. In his place stood an aged, weathered, and deeply humbled wanderer. It was in the twilight of his life, during this long, monotonous season of obscurity, that the universe violently and unexpectedly tore open. Moses was leading his flock through the remote, desolate backcountry, driving the sheep toward the towering, shadowed base of a jagged peak known as Mount Horeb, the mountain of God. As he navigated the familiar, rocky terrain, his eyes caught an impossible anomaly in the distance. A solitary desert bush, a twisted tangle of dry acacia thorns, was engulfed in a roaring, brilliant inferno. Fire in the arid wilderness was not uncommon. A lightning strike, or concentrated heat, could easily ignite the dry scrub. But as Moses stood frozen, watching the flames dance and crackle, he realized something that defied all laws of physical reality. The fire was raging, yet the bush was not being consumed. The leaves were not turning to white ash. The brittle branches were not snapping under the heat. The fire was entirely self-sustaining, a localized, terrifying manifestation of pure energy. Drawn by a profound, irresistible curiosity, the aged shepherd stepped toward the mesmerizing blaze. "I will turn aside to see this great sight," he thought. "Why the bush is not burned." As the crunch of his sandals echoed in the eerie silence of the mountain, a voice called out to him. It did not come from the sky, nor did it echo from the canyon walls. It emanated directly from the heart of the blinding, unconsuming fire. "Moses, Moses, here I am," he answered, his voice lightly trembling with a primal dread. The command that followed established an immediate, terrifying boundary of holiness. He was ordered to halt his approach and strip the sandals from his feet, for the very dirt he was standing on had been transfigured into sacred ground. The voice then identified itself, reaching back through the centuries, bypassing the gods of Egypt and the idols of Midian, connecting directly to the ancient, buried bloodline of the shepherd. It was the God of his ancestors, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob. Upon hearing this, the text records that Moses hid his face, seized by the terrifying realization that he was standing in the unshielded presence of the divine. The voice from the fire did not speak in abstract theological riddles. It spoke of profound, agonizing political reality. The cries of the enslaved Israelites, echoing from the mud pits of Goshen, had reached the heavens. The suffering, the beatings, the murder of the infants, none of it had gone unseen. The time for deliverance had arrived, and the architect of this liberation had been chosen. The divine command was delivered with staggering simplicity. Moses was to leave the safety of the desert, return to the very empire that had placed a bounty on his head, march into the throne room of the Pharaoh, and lead the Hebrew people out of bondage. If this had happened 40 years earlier, the younger, impulsive Moses might have drawn a sword and eagerly accepted the mantle of a savior. But the desert had done its work. The aged shepherd was terrified. He shrank back from the blinding light of the bush and offered a series of desperate, deeply human objections. It is one of the most remarkable dialogues in ancient literature. A mortal, broken man arguing with the creator of the universe, desperately trying to decline his destiny. "Who am I?" Moses pleaded, his voice cracking, "that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt?" He was a nobody, an exiled murderer, a forgotten relic. He possessed no army, no wealth, no political leverage. The voice offered no strategic military plan in response, only a guarantee of presence. "But I will be with you." Moses pressed further, searching for a theological loophole. If he went to the Israelites, a people who had been immersed in the complex, highly populated pantheon of Egyptian gods for centuries, and told them the God of their fathers had sent him, they would demand a specific identifier. "What is his name?" Moses asked. "What shall I say to them?" The response that echoed from the flames was not a conventional noun. It was a staggering, philosophical revelation, a name that completely shattered the ancient world's conception of deity. The gods of Egypt were static. They were tied to the sun, the river, or the underworld, contained in statues of stone and gold. But the voice in the fire declared, "I am who I am." It was a verb, an active, dynamic, boundless state of existence. The name revealed was Yahweh, often translated as he brings into existence whatever exists, or simply, "I will be what I will be." It was a declaration of absolute sovereignty over time, space, and history. Still, Moses resisted. He argued that the people would not believe him, that they would dismiss him as a madman who had spent too much time under the desert sun. In response, he was given terrifying signs of power: a wooden shepherd's staff that transformed into a venomous serpent and back again, and his own hand momentarily stricken with leprous decay before being instantly healed. Yet, even armed with the power to manipulate reality, Moses offered his final, most pathetic excuse. "Oh, my lord, I am not eloquent," he begged, claiming he was slow of speech and heavy of tongue. He was begging for a reprieve. "Please send someone else." The patience of the divine fire finally flared into anger, but a concession was made. Moses' older brother, Aaron, a man who had remained in Egypt and possessed the gift of fluid, persuasive speech, would act as his mouthpiece. Moses would be the vessel of power. Aaron would be the voice. There were no more excuses left to hide behind. The shepherd packed his meager belongings, placed his wife and sons on a donkey, and turned his face westward, walking back toward the crushing gravity of the empire he had fled a lifetime ago. The return of Moses to the lush, heavily guarded Nile Delta is a narrative masterstroke of contrast. Decades had passed. The pharaoh who had sought his life was dead, replaced by a new god-king who knew nothing of the adopted Hebrew prince. When Moses and Aaron finally secured an audience and stood in the grand, intimidating throne room of the Egyptian court, the visual disparity was absolute. The pharaoh sat elevated, surrounded by the staggering wealth of the new kingdom, flanked by armed guards, fan-bearers, and priests adorned in leopard skins. Before him stood two elderly men, draped in the coarse, dusty wool of desert nomads, holding a simple wooden staff. They did not bow. They did not offer the sycophantic praise required by imperial protocol. Aaron spoke the words that would ignite the greatest geopolitical and spiritual confrontation of the ancient world. "Thus says Yahweh, the God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness." It was a demand of unprecedented, suicidal audacity. A slave population did not negotiate for vacation time. The pharaoh stared down at the two vagabonds with a mixture of profound irritation and utter contempt. To a ruler who believed himself to be the living incarnation of Horus, the divine intermediary between the gods and the earth, the demand was not just treasonous, it was absurd. His response was dripping with imperial arrogance. "Who is Yahweh, that I should obey his voice and let Israel go?" The pharaoh sneered, "I do not know Yahweh, and moreover, I will not let Israel go." To the Egyptian mind, the hierarchy of the gods was proven by the hierarchy of nations. Egypt was the supreme, unconquered master of the world, which meant their gods were absolute. The Israelites were slaves, wallowing in the mud, which meant their god, if he existed at all, was weak, defeated, and entirely irrelevant. The pharaoh saw Moses and Aaron not as prophets, but as dangerous agitators, attempting to distract a vital workforce from their state-mandated labor. To demonstrate his absolute, unshakable power, and to brutally crush this whisper of rebellion before it could catch fire in the slave camps, the pharaoh issued a counter-decree of staggering cruelty. He summoned the taskmasters and completely weaponized the supply chain of the brickyards. Previously, the Egyptian state had provided the chopped straw necessary to bind the mud bricks together. Now, the pharaoh commanded that all state provision of straw be immediately halted. The Israelites were required to scour the fields, gathering their own stubble and chaff. However, in an act of pure, calculated sadism, the pharaoh decreed that the daily quota of bricks must remain exactly the same. They were demanded to produce the identical volume of construction material while spending half their day scavenging for the raw ingredients. It was a physical impossibility, designed entirely to break them. The labor camps descended into an unprecedented hellscape. The Israelites scattered across the land of Egypt, frantically ripping at the scorched earth to find anything to bind the clay. But the hours were too short, and the mud was too heavy. When the sun set, the quotas were inevitably missed. The Egyptian taskmasters, enforcing the pharaoh's wrath, unleashed a wave of horrific violence, mercilessly beating the Hebrew foremen for the failures of their exhausted teams. The desperate Hebrew foremen managed to secure an audience with the pharaoh, pleading for mercy, explaining that the task was impossible and the fault lay with the Egyptian state. But the god king offered no reprieve, only cold, mocking disdain. "You are idle," he shouted down at them. "That is why you say, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.' Go now and work. No straw will be given you, but you must still deliver the same number of bricks." As the bruised, bleeding foremen left the palace, utterly stripped of hope, they encountered Moses and Aaron waiting in the courtyard. The very men who had promised them deliverance had instead delivered them into a nightmare worse than they had ever known. The fragile spark of hope that Moses had ignited upon his return was instantly extinguished by a tidal wave of bitter, furious resentment. The foremen turned on Moses with venomous hatred, invoking a curse upon his head. "The Lord look on you and judge," they spat, their voices thick with despair, "because you have made us stink in the sight of Pharaoh and his servants, and have put a sword in their hand to kill us." The confrontation had been a catastrophic failure. Moses stood in the courtyard of his former home, surrounded by the hostile architecture of the empire, rejected by the pharaoh, and now violently despised by the very people he had been sent to save. He turned back to the invisible God who had spoken from the fire, his heart filled with an agonizing, echoing question. He had spoken the name, he had delivered the demand, and the only result was an escalation of suffering. But Moses could not yet see the terrifying scope of the divine strategy. The arrogance of the pharaoh and the hardening of the Egyptian heart were not the end of the story. They were merely the opening maneuvers in a cosmic war. The stage was now perfectly, precariously set. The battle lines were drawn not between mortal armies, but between the pantheon of the greatest empire on earth and the invisible god of the desert. And the weapons that were about to be unleashed upon the Nile Valley would not be forged of bronze or iron, but of the very elements of nature itself. The heavy wooden doors of the Pharaoh's throne room had slammed shut on the pleas of the Hebrew foremen, sealing their fate in the suffocating heat of the brickyards. Moses stood in the shadow of the palace, seemingly defeated, his initial demand for liberation having achieved nothing but a catastrophic escalation of his people's suffering. The Israelite laborers, forced to scavenge for their own straw while maintaining impossible production quotas, were breaking under the strain, their resentment turning violently against the very man who had promised them freedom. But the silence that followed this crushing diplomatic failure was not the end of the rebellion. It was the quiet intake of breath before a cosmic storm. The confrontation that was about to unfold would not be measured in the clash of bronze swords or the thunder of chariots. It was to be a battle fought on a scale the ancient world had never witnessed, a direct, systematic assault on the foundational pillars of the most powerful empire on earth. This was not merely a campaign to free a slave workforce. It was a surgical, devastating deconstruction of the Egyptian pantheon. Through a sequence of 10 cascading plagues, the invisible god of the desert was about to demonstrate the utter impotence of the deities the Egyptians believed controlled the universe. The first blow was struck at the very heart of the empire's wealth and theology, the Nile River. The Nile was the sacred, life-giving artery of the nation, the domain of the fertility god Hapi, worshipped as the source of all Egyptian prosperity. When Aaron stretched out his staff over the waters, the great river transformed into a sluggish, stinking torrent of blood. The ecological horror was immediate and catastrophic. The fish died, rotting in the shallows, and a putrid stench hung over the land, rendering the water completely undrinkable. The sacred highway of the gods had become an open wound. While modern science suggests hypotheses for these events, such as a massive upstream volcanic eruption, perhaps from Thera in the Mediterranean, turning the water red with toxic volcanic ash and triggering a cascading chain reaction of natural disasters. The psychological impact on the ancient Egyptian populace was one of sheer apocalyptic terror. Driven from the toxic river, amphibians sought refuge on land. A suffocating tide of frogs swarmed out of the marshes, invading every home, every bedchamber, and every kneading bowl in the empire. This was a deeply ironic and calculated strike against Hecate, the Egyptian goddess of fertility and childbirth, who was traditionally depicted with the head of a frog. The sacred animal of the goddess had become an unbearable, rotting plague. As the frogs died and decayed in the scorching sun, the ecological chain reaction accelerated. The rotting carcasses bred unimaginable swarms of gnats, followed quickly by dense, biting clouds of flies that darkened the air and tormented man and beast alike. Initially, the elite Egyptian magicians, men who guarded the esoteric secrets of the empire, attempted to replicate these disasters to prove their own god's power, managing to duplicate the blood and the frogs through secret arts. But as the sheer scale of the plagues overwhelmed them, their illusions failed. Defeated and terrified by the swarms of insects, the magicians were forced to stand before their god-king and deliver a humiliating concession. This is the finger of God. Yet, a chilling, rhythmic pattern began to define the conflict. With each escalating disaster, the pharaoh's resolve would momentarily crack. As the plagues reached their unbearable zenith, he would summon Moses and Aaron, desperately begging for relief and offering hollow promises to let the Israelites go. But the moment the plague was lifted and the immediate pressure evaporated, an arrogant, stubborn pride would seize the monarch once again. The biblical narrative repeats a haunting refrain. Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He would immediately renege on his word, plunging his nation back into the crosshairs of divine judgment. Because of his refusal, the plagues mutated from mere nuisances into catastrophic economic and physical ruin. A devastating pestilence swept through the pastures, exterminating the livestock of the Egyptians, a direct and fatal blow to gods like Hathor, the revered cow goddess. Crucially, as the animals of the empire fell dead in the fields, the herds belonging to the Israelites in the region of Goshen were miraculously spared, creating a stark, visible line of demarcation between the oppressed and the oppressors. The devastation then turned intimately physical as festering boils erupted on the skin of every Egyptian, stripping the priests of their ritual purity and preventing them from even entering their temples to pray for deliverance. The sky itself then became a weapon. A terrifying, unnatural storm descended, unleashing a barrage of massive hailstones mixed with lightning that ran like liquid fire along the ground. The hail flattened the vital flax and barley crops, shattering the agricultural backbone of the nation. Whatever green foliage managed to survive the ice and fire was swiftly annihilated by the eighth plague, a swarm of locusts so vast and dense that it covered the face of the earth, plunging the land into shadow and devouring every remaining leaf and blade of grass. Egypt, the opulent breadbasket of the ancient world, was reduced to a stripped, desolate wasteland. But the ninth plague was designed to strike the most devastating psychological blow of all. For 3 days, a profound, supernatural darkness smothered the entire empire. This was not a mere eclipse or a severe sandstorm. It was described as a darkness that could be physically felt, a heavy, suffocating absence of light that paralyzed the population. No one dared to leave their homes. This was a direct, humiliating assault on the absolute pinnacle of the Egyptian theological system. Ra, the supreme sun god, the deity from whom the pharaoh claimed his very authority. For 3 days, Ra was entirely eclipsed, buried alive in the sky, demonstrating his utter helplessness before the god of the Hebrew slaves. When the oppressive darkness finally lifted, the empire lay in ruins, its economy shattered, its pantheon disgraced, and its people paralyzed by fear. Yet, sitting in his darkened throne room, surrounded by the wreckage of his civilization, the pharaoh clung to the last shreds of his shattered pride. He had lost everything, but he would not surrender his slaves. He did not realize that the ecological plagues had merely been the preamble. The dismantling of the land and the livestock was finished. A final, unspeakably terrible blow had been announced, one that would bypass the fields and the rivers and strike directly at the very heartbeat of life itself. After the heavy, unnatural darkness lifted, a terrifying clarity settled over the Nile Delta. The preceding 9 plagues had decimated the agricultural and economic foundations of Egypt, systematically dismantling the authority of its pantheon. Yet the pharaoh's pride remained a fortress of stubborn defiance. But the final judgment declared by the invisible god of the desert would not target the bruised fields, the diseased livestock, or the polluted waters. It was aimed with devastating precision at the very continuation of life itself. A great and final plague was prophesied to sweep through the land at the stroke of midnight. It was a decree of indiscriminate mortality that would claim the firstborn son of every household, from the exalted heir of the pharaoh sitting upon his golden throne down to the firstborn of the forgotten captive languishing in the darkest, dampest dungeon of the state. There would be no geographical boundaries, no economic exemptions, and no military defenses capable of halting the invisible terror that was about to descend upon the Nile Valley. To shield the enslaved Israelites from this impending, apocalyptic sweep of death, a highly specific set of instructions was delivered, inaugurating a ritual that would be seared into the cultural memory of the nation for all eternity. This was the genesis of the Passover. The community was commanded to meticulously select a yearling lamb, a male without a single physical blemish or imperfection. For several days, they were required to keep this animal within their homes, inspecting it closely before the fateful 14th day of the month arrived. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the Egyptian sky in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange, The entire assembly of Israel slaughtered their chosen lambs in the twilight. The blood of the lamb was not offered upon a central altar in the traditional sense of an ancient sacrifice. Instead, using a coarse, fibrous branch of hyssop dipped into a basin, the fathers of each household painted the blood onto the two vertical doorposts and the horizontal lintel of their own mud brick homes. This crimson marking was not an offering to appease a hungry deity. It was a divine password, a visible, visceral sign intended to identify the dwellings of the covenant people, so that the approaching angel of death would pass over them and spare the lives of their firstborn sons. Inside these blood-marked, fragile sanctuaries, the families gathered tightly around the roasting fire, consuming the roasted meat alongside two deeply symbolic accompaniments: bitter herbs and a flat, unrisen bread known as matzah. The bitter herbs served as a pungent, sensory anchor, forcing them to perpetually taste the harsh, grinding misery of their centuries-long enslavement in the mud pits of Goshen. The bread was baked without leaven, because the impending liberation would arrive with such violent suddenness that there would simply be no time to wait for the dough to rise. It was the bread of haste, the taste of a life that was about to be uprooted in a single, chaotic night. The posture of the meal was equally charged with adrenaline. They were forbidden to eat in a leisurely, reclining manner. They ate fully dressed for a strenuous, immediate journey, their leather belts cinched tight around their waists, their rough sandals securely strapped to their feet, and their heavy wooden walking staffs gripped firmly in their hands, poised and ready to flee into the harsh desert at a moment's notice. The air in the room was thick with smoke, adrenaline, and the overwhelming weight of impending historical transition. The hours leading up to midnight must have been agonizing. Families huddled together in the flickering lamplight, listening to the heavy silence of the Egyptian night, waiting for the invisible hammer of judgment to fall. Then, at the stroke of midnight, the silence was shattered by a sound that would echo through the annals of history. A great, collective cry of unparalleled anguish erupted across the length and breadth of the empire. The plague had struck with terrifying, absolute precision. The narrative is unflinching in its description. In every single Egyptian household not marked by the blood of the lamb, there was a death. The devastation pierced the highest, most heavily fortified walls of the royal palace. The pharaoh, the man who considered himself a living god, was brutally brought to his knees by the lifeless body of his own firstborn son. His imperial arrogance, his claims to divinity, and his stubborn pride were instantly pulverized, replaced by the desperate, hollow grief of a shattered father. In the dead of night, the broken monarch frantically summoned Moses and Aaron. He did not merely grant them permission to leave. He urgently begged them to go, demanding that they take their people, their vast flocks, their herds, and vanish into the desert. In a final, astonishing admission of total ideological and physical defeat, the god-king of Egypt, broken and weeping, whispered to the desert prophets, "Go, and bless me also." The man who had once proudly demanded to know who Yahweh was had now been forced to beg for a blessing from Yahweh's servants. The terror that gripped the Egyptian populace was so absolute that they practically drove the Israelites out of their borders. Driven by a desperate, frantic fear that the entire nation would perish if the Hebrews lingered a moment longer, the Egyptians pressed extravagant gifts of silver, gold, and fine clothing upon their former slaves. It was a mass plundering of the empire's wealth, handed over willingly by a people consumed by dread. What followed was not a neat, orderly military procession, but a chaotic, massive, and hurried migration. Hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children, accompanied by a mixed multitude of other marginalized souls, poured out of the supply cities of Goshen and Ramesses. They carried their unbaked, unleavened dough in kneading bowls wrapped tightly in their cloaks, hoisting the heavy bundles onto their shoulders as they marched into the dark unknown. This colossal column of refugees, newly liberated but not yet forged into a cohesive nation, was guided through the desolate wilderness by a phenomenon of staggering supernatural scale. By day, a towering pillar of cloud drifted ahead of them, shielding them from the scorching desert sun and marking the path. By night, this column transformed into a blazing pillar of fire, casting a warm, protective light over the sprawling encampment and allowing them to travel under the cover of darkness. They were moving toward a promised land they only knew through the whispered ancestral stories of the patriarchs. However, the political machinery of the Egyptian empire was not entirely dead. As the initial, paralyzing shock of the midnight slaughter began to wear off within the royal court, a toxic mixture of regret, wounded pride, and economic panic seized the pharaoh. He had lost his heir, and now he realized he had just surrendered the entire slave labor force that built his monuments and fueled his economy. His sorrow mutated into a furious, vengeful resolve. He marshaled the absolute pinnacle of his military might, assembling 600 elite, custom-built war chariots, along with all the remaining chariot forces of the empire, and launched a massive, high-speed pursuit to reclaim his stolen property. Meanwhile, the vast Israelite caravan had navigated their way to the marshy, reed-choked edges of a large body of water. In the ancient Hebrew texts, this location is identified as Yam Suf, which accurately translates to the Sea of Reeds, suggesting a series of shallow, treacherous lakes in northern Egypt rather than the deep, open waters of the Red Sea. It was here, caught in this impossible geographical bottleneck, that the illusion of their newfound freedom shattered. To their front lay the impassable, muddy, and treacherous waters of the reedy lakes. To their rear, the horizon suddenly darkened with the churning, massive dust clouds of the rapidly approaching Egyptian war machine, the sunlight glinting off their bronze armor and drawn weapons. The trap was perfectly sprung, and the newly freed slaves were caught in the jaws of an impossible geographical and military vice. The sight of the elite charioteers bearing down upon them triggered a wave of absolute, hysterical terror among the Israelites. Panic instantly dissolved their gratitude, giving way to bitter, biting recriminations against their leader. They turned on Moses with sarcastic fury, demanding to know if there had been a shortage of graves in Egypt that he had to drag them into the wilderness to be slaughtered. In a tragic display of a deeply ingrained slave mentality, they cried out that it would have been far better to remain in bondage serving the Egyptians than to die bleeding in the desert dirt. Moses, standing firm against the tide of panic, urged the terrified masses to hold their ground and witness the salvation that was about to unfold. As the Egyptian army closed the distance, preparing to encircle and massacre the refugees, a stunning, tactical miracle occurred. The towering pillar of cloud that had led them suddenly shifted its position, moving to the rear of the Israelite camp and placing itself directly between the fleeing slaves and the pursuing army. For the Egyptians, the pillar manifested as an impenetrable wall of darkness, completely blinding their advance, while on the Israelite side, it radiated brilliant light, illuminating the treacherous path ahead. Moses stepped to the muddy water's edge and stretched his weathered wooden staff out over the dark, rippling surface of the sea. The atmosphere violently shifted as a roaring, immensely powerful east wind began to howl, blowing with relentless, hurricane force throughout the entirety of the long, dark night. The sheer, sustained, supernatural power of the wind physically pushed the shallow waters back, piling them up and exposing a wide, bizarre corridor of dry, muddy ground straight through the heart of the sea. A towering, unnatural wall of water stood violently suspended on their right, and another massive wall stood frozen on their left, held back by an invisible, unyielding divine pressure. Under the surreal, flickering light of the fiery pillar, the entire nation of Israel stepped down into the exposed seabed and began to cross to the opposite shore on dry land. It was an arduous, terrifying trek through an unnatural chasm, flanked by trembling walls of water that could collapse at any second. As the hours dragged on, and the first light of dawn began to seep into the sky, the blinded Egyptian army, driven by arrogance and bloodlust, recklessly charged headlong into the bizarre, windswept corridor after them. But the seabed, firm enough for the calloused feet of the refugees, was a lethal trap for the heavy, iron-clad war machines of the empire. The chariot wheels sank deep into the wet, clinging mud, clogging the axles and snapping under the immense strain. The disciplined Egyptian advance instantly devolved into a chaotic, bogged-down nightmare. As the elite soldiers struggled in the muck, a sudden, paralyzing realization swept through their ranks. Panic replaced their fury as they screamed to one another to flee, realizing too late that Yahweh was fighting for the slaves and actively dismantling the might of Egypt. Their realization came too late. From the safety of the far shore, Moses once again raised his hand over the parted sea. The howling east wind abruptly died, and the massive, suspended walls of water instantly lost their tension. The sea collapsed in upon itself with an apocalyptic, deafening roar, surging back into its natural basin with a torrential, crushing force that defied description. The chaotic, churning rush of the water swallowed the entire Egyptian army whole, dragging them down into the lightless depths. The elite chariots, the prized war horses, the armor-clad soldiers, the absolute, unmatched pride of the pharaoh's military might, were completely obliterated in a swirling, chaotic, watery grave, erasing the threat in a matter of terrifying minutes. As the morning sun finally crested the horizon, casting its golden light over the now calm surface of the sea, the Israelites stood trembling on the far shore. The deafening roar of the wind and the screams of the dying had been replaced by the gentle lapping of waves. The bodies of their former masters, along with the shattered wreckage of their chariots, began to wash up lifelessly onto the sand at their feet. The might of the greatest empire on earth had been drowned in the mud. The terrifying confrontation was finally over, and the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were, for the first time in centuries, undeniably, miraculously, and truly free. The euphoria of survival is a potent, intoxicating narcotic, but it is brutally short-lived. As the morning sun climbed higher over the placid, debris-strewn waters of the Sea of Reeds, the spontaneous explosion of music, the frantic dancing, and the triumphant songs of liberation that had echoed across the shoreline began to inevitably fade. The adrenaline that had propelled hundreds of thousands of terrified men, women, and children through the impossibly dry corridor of the sea was slowly draining from their veins, leaving behind a profound, bone-deep exhaustion. The descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob stood on the eastern shore, their lungs heaving, their eyes wide with the lingering shock of the impossible. The greatest, most technologically advanced military machine of the ancient world lay shattered and submerged at their feet, its bronze armor oxidizing in the salt, its elite charioteers reduced to lifeless driftwood. The era of the whip, the mud pit, and the heavy Egyptian yoke was definitively over. They were free. But as the refugees turned their backs on the water and looked eastward toward their future, the terrifying reality of their new existence slammed into them with the physical force of a desert gale. They were staring into the heart of the Sinai Peninsula, to a people whose entire generational memory was anchored in the lush, hyper-fertile, waterlogged expanses of the Nile Delta. The Sinai was an alien, terrifying, and fundamentally hostile planet. This was not the gentle, rolling pasture island of Canaan they had heard about in the whispered legends of their ancestors. The Sinai was a massive, triangular wedge of scorched geography, a brutalist masterpiece of jagged, iron-rich granite peaks, endless plains of cracked gravel, and twisting, waterless canyons known as wadis. It was an ecosystem entirely devoid of mercy, existing under a relentless, unblinking sun that baked the earth to the temperature of a kiln. There were no broad rivers, no vast fields of barley, no towering papyrus reeds to offer shade. It was a landscape of silence and stone, a primordial furnace designed to burn away the weak. And into this furnace marched a staggering, disorganized column of vulnerable humanity, trailing massive herds of livestock that required immense daily volumes of water to survive. The transition from the ecstasy of liberation to the primal panic of survival took exactly 3 days. For 3 days, this vast, slow-moving city of refugees pushed deeper into the scorching wilderness of Shur. The water skins they had hastily filled in Egypt were quickly drained, evaporating in the dry, searing heat. The cries of the children shifted from fatigue to the agonizing, raspy pleas of true dehydration. The immense flocks of sheep and cattle began to slow, their tongues swelling, their energy flagging, threatening the entire economic and nutritional foundation of the community. The memory of the parted sea, the 10 plagues, and the miraculous deliverance from the Pharaoh seemed to vaporize, replaced entirely by the immediate, overwhelming, and desperate physiological need for water. When the vanguard of the column finally crested a ridge and spotted the shimmering reflection of an oasis in the distance, a desperate, frantic surge of hope ripped through the desperate masses. They rushed toward the water source, a place they would come to name Mara. Men fell to their knees, cupping the liquid in their cracked, dust-caked hands, bringing it to their parched lips. But the hope was instantly, violently extinguished. The water was brackish, highly mineralized, and overwhelmingly bitter. It was completely undrinkable. In that devastating moment of dashed salvation, the psychological toll of their sudden freedom fractured their resolve. Air, which only days before had rung with songs of victory, was suddenly filled with a toxic, mutinous sound that would become the tragic, repetitive soundtrack of their entire journey, the sound of collective grumbling. The gratitude curdled into a vicious, accusatory panic. They turned their wrath upon Moses, the man who had led them into this wasteland, demanding an answer to the most primal question of existence. What are we to drink? This incident at Mara established a grim, cyclical pattern that would define their long, agonizing incubation in the desert. It was a rhythm of severe environmental crisis, followed by a frantic, faithless rebellion against their leadership, which was then answered by an inexplicable, divine intervention. At Mara, the bitter waters were miraculously rendered sweet and drinkable, temporarily quenching their thirst and silencing their complaints, but doing little to cure the deep-seated spiritual malady that afflicted them. The people of Israel were physically out of Egypt, but the psychological chains of their enslavement remained tightly wound around their minds. Freedom, they were rapidly discovering, was terrifyingly insecure. In the slave pits of Goshen, their lives had been brutal, short, and marked by unbearable suffering, but there had been a perverse, predictable certainty to their existence. The Egyptian state, in order to extract their labor, had fed them. Now, standing in the infinite, empty expanse of the desert, they were entirely untethered, responsible for their own survival in a land that offered nothing. This psychological fragility shattered completely when the provisions they had carried on their backs from Egypt finally ran out. The entire camp, hundreds of thousands of mouths, was suddenly staring at the terrifying prospect of mass starvation. Once again, the collective anxiety mutated into a furious, romanticized delusion of their past. The same people who had groaned under the whips of the taskmasters, whose infant sons had been thrown into the Nile River, now looked back at their enslavement through a distorted lens of desperate nostalgia. They surrounded Moses and Aaron, their voices dripping with bitter sarcasm and existential dread. If only we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, they wailed, when we sat by the pots of meat and ate bread to the full. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. They were experiencing the agonizing birth pangs of liberty. It is a profound historical truth that it is often easier to be a well-fed slave than a starving free man. The burden of trusting an invisible God for their daily survival was proving too heavy for a people conditioned to rely on the cruel but tangible hand of the Pharaoh. The response to this desperate, faithless mutiny was not a display of divine wrath, but a manifestation of staggering, continuous provision that would sustain them for decades. In the twilight, the sky darkened as massive flocks of migratory quail, exhausted from their flight over the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, descended upon the camp in unimaginable numbers, providing an immediate, overwhelming source of meat. But it was the morning that brought the true, enduring miracle. When the desert dew evaporated under the rising sun, the Israelites stepped out of their tents to find the barren ground completely covered with a strange, delicate, flaky substance, as fine as the winter frost. They looked at it in absolute bewilderment, asking one another in Hebrew, "Man-hu," which translates simply to, "What is it?" This question became the name of the substance, manna. It was described as a bread from heaven, tasting of honey and coriander, appearing every single morning with the dawn. The manna was not merely a food source. It was a daily, rigid disciplinary mechanism designed to fundamentally rewire the psychology of a slave nation. The rules governing its collection were strict and unforgiving. They were commanded to gather only enough for that specific day, according to the number of people in their tents. They were explicitly forbidden to hoard it, to store it up for the future out of fear or greed. If a man tried to hide a portion away for the next day, trusting in his own stockpile rather than the promise of tomorrow's provision, he would wake to find the hoarded manna rotting, crawling with maggots, and reeking of decay. The only exception was the day before the Sabbath, when a double portion could be gathered, and miraculously it would not spoil. For 40 years, this ethereal bread would force the Israelites into a daily, mandatory posture of absolute dependence. It was a slow, deliberate process of breaking their reliance on the predictable, man-made systems of empire, teaching them to trust the invisible hand of their God for their literal daily bread. Strengthened by the meat of the quail and the daily harvest of manna, the vast, meandering column pushed deeper into the hostile interior of the peninsula. For 3 grueling months, they navigated the twisting, sun-baked wadis, their progress slow, methodical, and exhausting, until the landscape began to rise, thrusting upward into a towering, formidable plateau of dark, igneous rock. They had arrived at the foot of an imposing, monolithic granite peak, its jagged summit looming over a vast, desolate plain. This was Mount Sinai, also known as Horeb, the very same mountain where Moses, decades earlier as a solitary, exiled shepherd, had encountered the unconsuming fire of the burning bush. The exact geographical coordinates of this mountain remain one of the most hotly contested mysteries in biblical archaeology. For centuries, monastic traditions dating back to the Byzantine era have identified it with Jebel Musa, a towering peak in the southern Sinai Peninsula where the ancient, fortified walls of St. Catherine's Monastery stand today. Yet, the sands of the region have stubbornly refused to yield the massive archaeological footprint that a prolonged encampment of hundreds of thousands of people should logically leave behind. This silence in the archaeological record has prompted scholars to cast their gaze wider, proposing alternative, tantalizing locations ranging from the limestone peaks of the northern Sinai Desert to the volcanic ranges of Midian, situated across the Gulf of Aqaba, in what is now northwestern Saudi Arabia. But for the grand narrative of the Israelite people, the precise GPS coordinates of the mountain are entirely secondary to the earth-shattering, paradigm-shifting event that transpired in its shadow. They had not been led into this wasteland simply to escape the clutches of Egypt. They had been brought here to forge an identity. They were about to transition from a disorganized, traumatized rabble of runaway slaves into a singular, covenanted nation. The camp was established on the wide plain facing the mountain, a sea of black goat hair tents spread out against the stark, mineral landscape. Moses, acting as the solitary mediator between the mortal realm and the divine, ascended the steep, rocky slopes into the thick, heavy cloud that had begun to shroud the summit. When he returned, he carried a message that proposed a radical, terrifyingly intimate treaty. If the people of Israel would vow to obey the voice of Yahweh and strictly keep his covenant, they would be elevated to an unprecedented status. They would become a treasured possession out of all the peoples on the earth. They were not promised an empire of wealth or a legacy of military conquest. They were promised a spiritual vocation. They were to become a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. The elders of the tribes, still living in the immediate, awe-inspiring afterglow of the parted sea and the daily miracle of the manna, did not hesitate. They spoke with a unified, perhaps naive, absolute confidence, declaring, "All that the Lord has spoken we will do." With their verbal consent secured, the atmosphere around the encampment shifted from exhaustion to an intense, palpable, and suffocating sense of dread. The people were commanded to enter a strict, 3-day period of purification. They were to wash their garments, abstain from physical intimacy, and consecrate themselves, preparing for a direct, unmediated encounter with the creator of the cosmos. Moses ordered severe, physical boundaries to be erected around the entire base of the mountain. A strict, lethal warning was issued to the camp. The mountain itself was about to become highly radioactive with the presence of holiness. Anyone, whether man or grazing animal, who dared to touch the perimeter of the mountain or even brush against its stones would be instantly put to death, not by the sword, but by the sheer, unshielded power of the divine descent. On the morning of the 3rd day, the dawn did not break with the silent, golden light of the desert sun. The air itself seemed to thicken, growing heavy and charged with an intense, terrifying static energy. A dense, impenetrable, and impossibly dark cloud descended upon the peak of Sinai, swallowing the granite spires. Suddenly, the silence of the wilderness was shattered by a sensory assault of unimaginable magnitude. Brilliant, blinding flashes of lightning violently illuminated the dark cloud, followed instantly by the chest-rattling, deafening roar of thunder that echoed and multiplied against the canyon walls. But it was not just a storm. Piercing through the cacophony of the thunder came a sound that froze the blood in their veins. A single, continuous, impossibly loud blast from a shofar, a ram's horn that grew louder and more piercing with every passing second, an unearthly siren announcing the arrival of the king. The entire mountain appeared to ignite, wreathed in thick, billowing smoke that rose like the exhaust of a massive, subterranean kiln. The ground beneath their feet began to heave and shudder violently, a localized, terrifying earthquake that threatened to throw them to the dust. The invisible, quiet God who had spoken in whispers to Abraham, who had wrestled in the dark with Jacob, was now making himself known in a display of raw, untamed, apocalyptic power that overwhelmed the human nervous system. The people of Israel, standing at the barriers, were completely undone. The sheer terror of the theophany, the sensory overload of the fire, the smoke, and the deafening horn broke their resolve. They shrank back from the boundaries, their faces pale, trembling uncontrollably in the shadows of their tents. They realized, with profound clarity, that the gap between their mortal frailty and the burning holiness of the divine was impassable. They begged Moses to stand in the gap, pleading with him that he should speak to them and they would listen. But they begged that God not speak directly to them, lest they perish on the spot. It was out of this context of absolute awe, terror, and trembling that the foundational laws of Western civilization were spoken into existence. Moses, acting as the courageous intermediary, drew near to the thick darkness where God was, to receive the terms of the covenant, the spiritual and legal constitution of the new nation. The preamble to this constitution, the absolute beating heart of the covenant, was the Decalogue, the 10 Commandments. These were not merely a random, arbitrary list of tribal taboos or administrative regulations. They were the fundamental, architectural pillars for an entirely new kind of human society, a society completely distinct from the brutal, hierarchical, and utilitarian empires of the ancient Near East. The first 4 commandments established the exclusive, unyielding nature of their vertical relationship with the divine. They were ordered to have no other gods before the Lord, a radical, uncompromising mandate in a polytheistic world where every city, every river, and every storm had its own deity. They were forbidden from crafting any carved image, any physical idol of wood, stone, or gold to represent Yahweh. In a world where the gods were manipulated, fed, and carried in grand processions, the God of Israel demanded to remain unseen, uncontainable, and entirely transcendent. They were commanded to honor the sacred name, refusing to use it for empty magic or perjury. And in a profound rejection of the relentless, grinding economic machinery of the Egyptian slave state, they were commanded to remember the Sabbath day. 1 day in 7, all labor was to cease. It was a revolutionary democratization of rest, a weekly, mandated reminder that their ultimate value was not tied to their economic output or their utility to a pharaoh. The remaining 6 commandments abruptly shifted the focus from the heavens to the horizontal realm, dictating the ethical obligations they held toward one another. They were instructed to honor their father and mother. They were commanded not to murder, commit adultery, or steal. They were strictly forbidden to bear false witness against their neighbors. Finally, they were instructed not to covet anything that belonged to their neighbor. These were not the complex, convoluted legal codes of Hammurabi, filled with class distinctions and financial penalties. They were absolute, leveling moral imperatives. They declared that human life was sacred, that marriages were inviolable, that property was respected, and that justice could not be perverted by lies. Even the internal, hidden desires of the human heart, the quiet, toxic envy of a neighbor's success, were subject to the divine law. This was the precise, monumental moment of their national birth. The disorganized, traumatized rabble of refugees standing at the foot of the burning mountain were no longer defined by the chains they had worn in Egypt, nor were they bound together by a single human monarch. They were being forged into a community anchored in a shared, revolutionary law, bound by a mutual, terrifying loyalty to the God who had met them in the fire and the thunder. To finalize the transmission of this vast, complex legal and architectural blueprint, Moses left the camp, passing through the boundary lines, and ascended alone into the thick, terrifying cloud that shrouded the peak of Sinai. He would remain in the unearthly silence of that high altitude for 40 days and 40 nights, receiving the intricate details of the tabernacle, the priesthood, and the 2 heavy tablets of stone inscribed with the finger of God. But the people left behind on the desert floor, the men and women who had sworn obedience while the mountain shook beneath their feet, were a people deeply scarred by their past. And in the prolonged, silent absence of their leader, the terrifying awe of the covenant would evaporate with astonishing, tragic speed, replaced by a desperate, fatal hunger for the familiar, tangible idols they had left behind. The silence of the desert is not merely an absence of sound. It is a heavy, oppressive weight that slowly unravels the human mind. For 40 days and 40 nights, the Israelite encampment sat paralyzed at the base of Mount Sinai, staring up at a summit swallowed by an impenetrable, terrifying cloud. The fire and thunder that had shaken the earth had vanished, replaced by an agonizing, protracted stillness. Moses, their singular, charismatic lifeline to the divine, had disappeared into that dark altitude and had not returned. In the ancient world, a God who could not be seen was a concept that defied the boundaries of human comprehension. The Israelites had spent centuries immersed in the intensely visual, hyper-tangible religious culture of the Nile Delta. They were accustomed to deities they could touch, gods whose golden statues were paraded through the streets in times of crisis. Now, left to wait in the sensory vacuum of the wilderness, the awe of the covenant they had just sworn to uphold began to evaporate, rapidly replaced by a deeply ingrained primal panic. A collective psychological regression seized the camp. The people, driven by the terror of abandonment, swarmed their high priest, Aaron. Their demand was a shocking, instantaneous betrayal of the very first commandment they had received just weeks prior. They demanded a god they could see, a physical idol to march before them, dismissing the missing Moses with callous indifference. Under the crushing pressure of the mob, Aaron, the man appointed to be their spiritual guardian, capitulated. He ordered the people to strip the gold earrings from their ears, the very gold they had plundered from their Egyptian masters on the night of their liberation. In a tragic, devastating irony, the spoils of their freedom were melted down to forge a new chain. From the molten metal, Aaron fashioned a golden calf. This icon was no random artistic choice. It was a potent, familiar symbol, heavily echoing the Apis bull cult of their former Egyptian oppressors, or perhaps the bovine imagery of the Canaanite storm god, Baal. When the golden idol was hoisted before the camp, a terrifying cry of apostasy echoed across the desert floor. "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." What followed was a sudden descent into madness. A festival was declared, degenerating into a chaotic, unrestrained bacchanalia of feasting, drinking, and wild dancing at the very foot of the mountain where they had sworn exclusive, eternal loyalty to Yahweh. High above this frantic revelry, Moses began his descent. He emerged from the divine cloud, his face radiant from the presence of the Creator, carrying in his weathered hands the physical manifestation of the new nation. 2 heavy slabs of stone, inscribed with the 10 Commandments. As he navigated the steep, rocky switchbacks, the chaotic noise of the camp reached his ears. When Moses finally broke through the foothills and witnessed the scene, the golden calf glinting in the desert sun, the frenzied, idolatrous worship of the people he had risked his life to save, a sudden, blinding wrath overtook him. It was a fury born of absolute heartbreak. In a powerful, devastatingly symbolic act, he raised the 2 tablets of the divine law and hurled them violently to the ground. The stones shattered into pieces at the base of the mountain. The visual metaphor was undeniable. Before the ink of their treaty was even dry, the covenant between Israel and their God lay broken in the dust. Following a grim, severe period of judgment and a desperate, agonizing intercession by Moses, the covenant was miraculously renewed. But the incident of the golden calf exposed a fatal, deep-seated spiritual immaturity within the hearts of the liberated slaves, a chronic lack of faith that would soon bring their journey to a catastrophic halt. Eventually, the massive column broke camp, leaving the shadow of Sinai behind. They marched relentlessly northward through the punishing terrain until they arrived at a lush desert oasis known as Kadesh Barnea. This was the absolute threshold. They were standing on the southern border of Canaan. The grueling journey, the plagues, the parted sea, the terrifying laws of the mountain, it had all been leading to this precise geographical coordinate. The promised land was finally within their grasp. To prepare for the invasion, Moses orchestrated a strategic reconnaissance mission. He selected 12 elite men, one leader representing each of the 12 tribes of Israel, and dispatched them across the border to scout the land, its agricultural yield, and the military strength of its inhabitants. For 40 days, this clandestine team moved like shadows through the land of Canaan, venturing from the arid southern Negev all the way to the northern highlands. What they discovered was a land of breathtaking, almost unimaginable fertility. To prove the extraordinary abundance of the region, they severed a single cluster of grapes so massive and heavy that it required 2 men to carry it suspended on a wooden pole between them. When the spies slipped back into the encampment at Kadesh Barnea, they stood before the anxious, breathless assembly of Israel. They presented the gargantuan grapes and confirmed the ancient promise. The land did indeed flow with milk and honey. But then, the intelligence report took a sudden, paralyzing pivot into terror. 10 of the 12 spies had been completely broken by what they had seen. They described a geopolitical nightmare. The Canaanite cities, they reported, were not merely camps. They were heavily fortified bastions with massive stone walls that seemed to reach the very sky. Worse still, the inhabitants were described as terrifying giants, the fearsome descendants of Anak. The 10 spies unleashed a wave of absolute, toxic despair upon the crowd. "We are not able to go up against the people," they declared, their voices trembling with defeat, "for they are stronger than we are. We seem to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them." Only 2 men, Caleb of the tribe of Judah and Joshua of the tribe of Ephraim, dared to shatter this narrative of doom. They desperately attempted to rally the spiraling camp, shouting that the defenses of the Canaanites were nothing if the God of the Exodus was marching before them. They begged the people to possess the land with courage. Their voices were entirely drowned out by a tsunami of collective hysteria. The psychological infection spread through the camp with the speed of a wildfire. The people who had watched the greatest empire on earth drown in the sea now surrendered unconditionally to the ghosts of their own insecurities. All through the night, the vast oasis of Kadesh Barnea echoed with the sound of weeping and bitter wailing. By morning, their fear had mutated into an unforgivable mutiny. The Israelites, standing on the very edge of their destiny, committed the ultimate act of faithlessness. They openly discussed overthrowing Moses, choosing a new captain, and marching back into the chains of Egyptian slavery. They romanticized the mud pits over the possibility of dying by the sword in Canaan. They refused to cross the border. The divine response to this ultimate rejection was swift, absolute, and tragically poetic. The people had claimed they would rather die in the wilderness than face the giants of Canaan. Their wish was granted. A severe, inescapable sentence was handed down from the heavens. The entire adult generation that had marched out of Egypt, every man and woman 20 years old and upward who had witnessed the miracles yet still refused to trust, would be permanently barred from entering the promised land. They were condemned to wander aimlessly through the scorching, unforgiving wilderness for 40 years, 1 year for every day the spies had explored the land. They would march in circles through the dust until every single one of them had perished, and their bones lay buried beneath the desert sand. Only the 2 faithful dissenters, Joshua and Caleb, would be permitted to cross the Jordan. The children of the Israelites, the very infants their parents had falsely claimed would be slaughtered by the Canaanites, would be the ones to inherit the promise. The golden age of liberation had ended in a self-inflicted catastrophe. The vast column of refugees turned their backs on the fertile hills of Canaan and walked back out into the blistering heat of the Sinai. Thus began the long, agonizing, and silent era of the wandering, a 40-year death sentence designed to act as a brutal, generational furnace, burning away the mentality of slaves to forge a hardened, resilient people capable of claiming a kingdom. The 40-year death sentence, pronounced at the oasis of Kadesh Barnea, transformed the vast, scorching expanse of the Sinai Peninsula from a temporary wilderness crossing into a sprawling, generational graveyard. For 4 agonizing decades, the vast column of Israelite refugees was locked into a monotonous, deeply tragic holding pattern. They did not march with the triumphant, linear purpose of a conquering army. They drifted like ghosts in a cyclical, aimless migration, dictated entirely by the unpredictable movements of the towering pillar of cloud and fire. This was not a journey of geographical progress, but a grueling, calculated period of demographic replacement. The older generation, the men and women whose backs bore the raised, white scars of Egyptian whips, whose minds were indelibly infected by the dependency and the paralyzing fear of the slave pits, had to be systematically purged from the earth. Year after year, the dry, unforgiving desert claimed them. They succumbed to the brutal elements, to the fierce internal rebellions that occasionally fractured the camp, and simply to the quiet, inevitable decay of old age. With every shallow grave dug into the cracked, baked earth of the wilderness, a piece of Egypt was buried forever. But as the older generation slowly withered away, a new generation was rising in their shadow. This new multitude had no memory of the Nile River, no recollection of the monumental stone cities, and no nostalgic yearning for the leeks, onions, and fleshpots of their former masters. Their entire physical and psychological reality was forged in the stark, uncompromising furnace of the desert. They were a lean, hardened, and deeply resilient people. Their daily bread was the ethereal, mysterious manna that blanketed the ground each morning. Their only compass was the terrifying, divine presence that hovered above the tabernacle, and their societal framework was the severe, absolute law handed down amidst the fire and thunder of the mountain. The desert had burned away the soft, fearful mentality of the slave, leaving behind a fierce, disciplined, and formidable nomadic nation, poised and ready to claim their bloody inheritance. As the 40th year of their wandering drew to a close, the final remnants of the condemned generation finally breathed their last, and the massive encampment shifted its trajectory. They moved out of the deep desert and positioned themselves on the elevated, dusty plains of Moab, looking westward across the deep geological scar of the Jordan Rift Valley. Below them, a ribbon of dense, green vegetation marked the winding path of the Jordan River, and beyond that lay the shimmering, sun-drenched hills of the Promised Land. The goal of their ancestors, the territory promised to Abraham centuries before, was finally visible. But before this new, battle-ready generation could cross the threshold and unleash their momentum upon the Canaanite kingdoms, they had to witness the most heartbreaking, tragic departure in their history. Their iconic, towering leader, Moses, the man who had stood unarmed before the god-king of Egypt, who had unleashed the plagues, who had stretched his wooden staff over the sea to shatter an empire, and who had mediated the terrifying covenant on the smoking peak of Sinai, was not permitted to lead them across the river. He, too, was a member of that first, flawed generation, and because of a moment of impulsive, faithless anger during their wanderings, he was barred from the ultimate reward. Sensing his imminent death, the aged prophet gathered the vast assembly of Israel for a final, impassioned farewell. The speeches he delivered on the plains of Moab, which would later be compiled into the monumental book of Deuteronomy, were not the dry, administrative decrees of a dying king. They were a desperate, fiery, and deeply emotional plea to the soul of the nation. He recounted their long, failure-ridden history, urging this new generation to remember the horrors of their past and the miraculous nature of their survival. He passionately restated the terms of the covenant, warning them with chilling prophetic clarity that if they entered the land and abandoned their invisible God for the tangible, seductive agricultural idols of the Canaanites, they would be violently vomited out of the land and scattered among the nations. He set before them a stark, binary choice: life and prosperity through obedience, or death and destruction through apostasy. With his final words echoing across the silent crowd, Moses formally laid his weathered hands upon his chosen successor, a man named Joshua. Joshua, the son of Nun, had stood by Moses' side since the days of the Exodus. He was one of the only two faithful spies who had urged the people to attack Canaan 40 years prior. He was not a prophet, nor was he a lawgiver. Joshua was a pragmatic, battle-hardened military commander, a brilliant strategist, uniquely suited for the violent era of conquest that lay ahead. His earthly mission complete, Moses turned his back on the encampment and began a solitary, grueling ascent up the steep, rocky slopes of Mount Nebo. As he reached the desolate summit, he turned his gaze westward. From that commanding vantage point, the entire panorama of the Promised Land was laid out before him in breathtaking clarity. He saw the shimmering, turquoise expanse of the Dead Sea to the south, the deep, fertile plunge of the Jordan Valley directly below, the rolling, terraced hills of Judea rising in the distance, and the green slopes of Gilead to the north. After carrying the crushing, impossible burden of this rebellious people for 4 decades, he was granted a sweeping, panoramic vision of the promise, but he was denied the soil. High on that lonely peak, surrounded only by the howling wind and the presence of the divine, the greatest prophet of the ancient world breathed his last. The narrative records a profound, lingering mystery regarding his passing. He died there alone with God, and he was buried in an unmarked valley in the land of Moab, his grave intentionally hidden from humanity for all time, preventing his final resting place from ever becoming a shrine of idolatrous worship. The era of the wanderer was definitively over. The era of the conqueror had begun. Joshua's approach to leadership immediately marked a radical shift in the nation's operational strategy. Where Moses had relied on grand, sweeping public miracles to guide the people, Joshua operated with the calculated, precise mindset of a frontline general. He knew that the invasion of Canaan could not be a disorganized, chaotic stampede. It required flawless intelligence, psychological warfare, and overwhelming tactical surprise. His first objective was glaringly obvious, sitting like a massive, heavily fortified lock on the gateway to the Central Highlands, the ancient city of Jericho. Jericho was not merely a city. It was one of the oldest, most continuously inhabited urban centers on the face of the earth, an emerald oasis of date palms fed by a powerful natural spring, surrounded by the arid, moon-like landscape of the Rift Valley. More importantly, it was a formidable military choke point. Its towering, double-walled defenses of stone and mud brick projected an aura of absolute invulnerability. If the Israelites were to establish a foothold in the land, Jericho had to be neutralized. Operating under a shroud of absolute secrecy, Joshua dispatched 2 elite operatives across the Jordan River to conduct a dangerous reconnaissance mission. Their orders were to infiltrate the heavily guarded city, assess the strength of its defenses, and gauge the morale of its inhabitants. The spies slipped through the gates in the fading light of dusk, melting into the shadows of the ancient, winding streets. To avoid the suspicion of the city guards, they sought refuge in the most logical, inconspicuous location for foreign travelers, a brothel built directly into the thick, outer defensive wall of the city, operated by a Canaanite woman named Rahab. However, the counterintelligence network of the king of Jericho was highly effective. Word swiftly reached the palace that Israelite operatives had breached the city and were hiding in Rahab's establishment. Heavily armed soldiers were immediately dispatched, pounding on a heavy wooden door and demanding the surrender of the spies. In that terrifying, heart-stopping moment, Rahab made a geopolitical and spiritual calculation of staggering proportions. She was a marginalized woman living on the literal and metaphorical edge of her society, yet she possessed a clearer understanding of the shifting tides of history than the king who ruled over her. Instead of surrendering the men for a guaranteed reward, she committed high treason. She rushed the 2 Israelites up to the flat roof of a house and frantically buried them beneath large, drying stalks of harvested flax. When the royal guards broke into her home, Rahab executed a brilliant, desperate deception. She admitted that the men had been there, but lied seamlessly, claiming they had departed just as the city gates were closing for the night, urging the soldiers to pursue them quickly toward the river fords. As the guards rushed out into the darkness on a wild goose chase, Rahab climbed back to the roof to confront the men she had just saved. Her ensuing confession to the spies is one of the most remarkable testaments to the psychological devastation the Exodus had inflicted upon the surrounding nations. The Canaanites were not standing proudly behind their walls, confident in their military superiority. They were entirely paralyzed by a suffocating, existential dread. "I know that the Lord has given you the land," Rahab whispered in the darkness, her voice trembling. She revealed that the stories of the parting of the Sea of Reeds, an event that had occurred 40 years prior, had echoed across the desert, and shattered the morale of the entire region. The terrifying, total annihilation of the Amorite kings on the eastern side of the river had been the final blow. As soon as we heard it, our hearts melted, she confessed, and there was no spirit left in any man because of you, for the Lord your God, he is God in the heavens above and on the earth beneath. Rahab struck a desperate, binding pact with the spies. In exchange for harboring them and ensuring their safe escape, she demanded an absolute guarantee of protection for herself and her entire extended family when the inevitable invasion began. The spies agreed, establishing a chilling, highly visible sign for the coming slaughter. They instructed her to tie a length of brilliant scarlet cord to the wooden frame of her window, the very window through which she would lower them to safety. When the Israelite army stormed the city, that crimson thread would serve as a marker of immunity, a vivid, unmistakable echo of the lamb's blood painted on the doorposts of Egypt during the night of the Passover. She lowered the men down the outer face of the massive wall using a rope, and they slipped away into the rugged limestone hills to wait for the pursuit to die down before returning to Joshua with the crucial intelligence. The enemy was already defeated in their minds. With the psychological vulnerability of Jericho confirmed, Joshua ordered the entire nation to break camp and advance to the eastern banks of the Jordan River. However, the timing of the invasion presented a seemingly insurmountable, catastrophic logistical barrier. It was the season of the spring harvest. The warming temperatures had accelerated the massive snowmelt from the towering peaks of Mount Hermon far to the north, sending millions of gallons of water surging into the Jordan. The normally placid river had transformed into a violent, raging, and highly dangerous torrent, violently overflowing its banks and flooding the surrounding thickets. To attempt a crossing with hundreds of thousands of civilians, children, and massive herds of livestock through these lethal rapids was tactical suicide. But this crossing was designed to be the foundational, unifying miracle for the new generation, an event that would cement their faith exactly as the Sea of Reeds had done for their parents. Joshua issued a command that defied all military logic. He ordered the Levitical priests to hoist the heavy, gold-plated Ark of the Covenant onto their shoulders. The Ark, the most sacred object in existence, the physical manifestation of God's throne on earth, was to lead the vanguard. The priests were instructed to march directly into the surging, muddy floodwaters. As the priests stepped forward, the heavy rushing water swirling around their ankles, the impossible occurred. Miles upstream, near a town called Adam, the sheer, supernatural pressure of the divine presence caused the raging waters to violently halt. The river was cut off, piling up in a massive, churning heap in the distance, while the water flowing downstream toward the Dead Sea rapidly drained away. The violently flooded riverbed, slick with dark mud and smooth stones, was instantly exposed as a wide, dry crossing. The priests carried the ark into the exact center of the dry riverbed and stood as a silent, unwavering anchor while the entire nation of Israel hurried past them, crossing the Jordan on dry ground. It was a staggering, awe-inspiring display of power, proving beyond any doubt that the God of Moses was now fighting relentlessly for Joshua to ensure that this localized suspension of the laws of physics would never be forgotten by future generations. Joshua ordered 12 men, one from each tribe, to hoist 12 massive, water-smoothed boulders from the very spot where the priests stood in the center of the river. These heavy stones were hauled up the western bank and erected as a permanent, physical memorial at their first base camp in Gilgal, a monument designed to prompt the questions of curious children for centuries to come. Now standing firmly on the western soil of the Promised Land, the Israelite army turned its full attention to the looming, impenetrable fortress of Jericho. The city was in full lockdown. The massive wooden gates were barred, and the heavily armed defenders lined the towering battlements, looking down in terror at the vast encampment that had just miraculously crossed the flooded river. But the strategy Joshua deployed to conquer this impregnable fortress remains one of the most bizarre, psychologically devastating, and unconventional siege tactics in the annals of military history. There were no siege ramps constructed of earth and timber. There were no heavy iron battering rams rolled toward the gates. There were no scaling ladders or tunneling operations. The battle plan was an exercise in pure, nerve-shredding spiritual and psychological warfare. On the first day of the siege, the heavily armed vanguard of the Israelite army marched out of their camp and approached the city. Behind the elite soldiers walked 7 priests, each carrying a curved, hollowed-out ram's horn, a shofar. Behind the priests came the Ark of the Covenant, glinting in the desert sun, followed by the rear guard of the army. Joshua's command to his troops was absolute and terrifying. Complete, unbroken silence. No soldier was to speak a word. No war cry was to be raised. Not a single weapon was to be struck against a shield. The entire army marched in a slow, deliberate, and eerily silent procession around the perimeter of the massive city. The only sound that echoed across the valley and penetrated the thick stone walls of Jericho was the continuous, mournful, and unnerving wail of the 7 shofars blown by the priests. Imagine the profound, escalating psychological torture inflicted upon the defenders of Jericho. They stood on the high walls, their weapons drawn, expecting a violent, bloody assault. Instead, they watched a silent, highly disciplined army slowly encircle their city, accompanied by a sound that resonated with deep, ceremonial dread. After completing one single, silent circuit, the Israelite army simply turned around and marched back to their camp. They repeated this exact, maddening ritual on the 2nd day, and the 3rd, and the 4th. For 6 excruciating days, the silent army circled the city, winding the tension tighter and tighter, stretching the nerves of the Canaanite defenders to the absolute breaking point. The silence was heavier and more terrifying than the clash of swords. Then came the 7th day. At the first light of dawn, the Israelite army broke their routine. They did not march around the city once and return to camp. They circled the towering walls once, twice, 3 times. The defenders on the wall must have realized that the climax of this bizarre ritual had finally arrived. The army continued their silent, relentless march until they had circled the city 7 complete times. On the completion of the 7th circuit, the army halted. The 7 priests inhaled deeply and unleashed a single, incredibly long, sustained, and deafening blast from the ram's horns. As the piercing note hung in the hot desert air, Joshua shattered the week-long silence with a final, roaring command. Shout, for the Lord has given you the city. The pent-up adrenaline, fear, and faith of the entire Israelite army exploded from their lungs in a massive, unified, earth-shattering war cry. At the exact moment, the shout reached its crescendo. The seemingly invincible, towering defensive walls of Jericho suffered a catastrophic, structural failure. The ancient text states with brutal simplicity that the walls fell down flat. The massive fortifications of mud brick and stone violently collapsed outward, sliding down the steep embankments, completely exposing the terrified heart of the city. The Israelite soldiers, their path instantly cleared by the devastating collapse, charged straight up into the ruined city from every direction. The resulting conquest was not a conventional military occupation. It was a total, absolute, and unsparing execution of the ban, a sacred destruction known as ***. Everything within the city, every man, woman, child, and beast, was put to the sword in a horrifying display of divine judgment, save for the prostitute Rahab and her family, who huddled safely behind the window marked by the brilliant scarlet cord. The city was completely looted of its silver and gold, which was dedicated to the treasury of the Lord, and the ruins of Jericho were subsequently set ablaze, leaving behind a smoldering, blackened monument to the terrifying power of the Israelite God. Here, however, the grand, sweeping narrative of the biblical conquest collides violently with the cold, silent, and often frustrating reality of the dirt. For over a century, archaeologists have painstakingly excavated the dusty, layered mound of Tel Es Sultan, the universally recognized site of ancient Jericho. They have dug through millennia of human occupation, searching for the shattered, burned remnants of the massive walls that fell to Joshua's army. What they found has sparked one of the most intense, bitter, and ongoing debates in the history of biblical archaeology. While there is undeniable, overwhelming evidence of massive, catastrophic destruction at Jericho, complete with collapsed mud brick walls and a thick, highly visible layer of burned ash and charred grain, the dating of this destruction presents a profound chronological nightmare. The majority of modern archaeological consensus places the violent destruction of these walls much earlier in history, long before the accepted timeline of the Late Bronze Age, when the Israelite conquest supposedly occurred. By the time Joshua and his army supposedly crossed the Jordan River, many archaeologists argue Jericho was already an abandoned, windswept ruin, its walls having crumbled centuries prior. This glaring archaeological silence forces historians to grapple with profound, uncomfortable questions. Is the story of the Silent March and the falling walls a later, highly dramatized theological epic, a foundational myth crafted by later generations to explain the massive, ancient ruins that dominated the landscape of their ancestors? Or is our modern understanding of ancient chronological dating fundamentally flawed, misaligning the physical evidence with the textual narrative? Regardless of the fierce academic battles waged over the stratigraphy of the soil, the literary and cultural impact of the story remains absolute. For the nation of Israel, the fall of Jericho became the ultimate, defining paradigm of their existence in the land. It was a narrative that loudly proclaimed that victory was not achieved by the strength of their swords, the ingenuity of their siege engines, or the brilliance of their generals. The walls of their enemies would only fall through absolute, unquestioning obedience and a terrifying, unyielding faith in the God who marched before them in the silence. The spectacular, instantaneous collapse of Jericho's towering fortifications projected a terrifying illusion across the ancient Near East, an illusion of an unstoppable, unified Israelite tidal wave destined to effortlessly wash over the entirety of Canaan. But the historical reality on the ground was far more protracted, agonizing, and fundamentally incomplete. Following a series of brilliant, lightning-fast military campaigns led by Joshua that broke the back of major Canaanite coalitions in the Central Highlands, the grand narrative of a total, sweeping conquest fractures into a messy, localized reality. The land, still heavily populated by hostile forces, was divided by sacred lot among the 12 tribes. This pivotal administrative decision effectively dissolved the unified national army, thrusting the brutal, grinding responsibility of clearing the remaining Canaanite enclaves onto the shoulders of individual, loosely organized tribal militias. The Israelites found immediate success in the rugged, sparsely populated, and heavily forested Central Hill country, a difficult terrain where their light infantry and guerrilla tactics were highly effective. But when they looked down from the safety of the limestone ridges toward the fertile, sweeping coastal plains and the broad expanse of the Jezreel Valley, their advance violently halted. These prime agricultural lowlands were dominated by deeply entrenched, heavily fortified Canaanite city-states equipped with the apex predator of late Bronze Age warfare, the iron-fitted chariot. To the lightly armed Israelite highlanders, a charge into the plains meant facing a terrifying, mobile wall of bronze and iron that would effortlessly shatter their ranks and trample their soldiers into the dust. Consequently, they remained largely confined to the hills, living in a state of tense, perpetual standoff with the powerful lords of the valleys. This fragmented, incomplete occupation has sparked a fierce, century-long debate among modern historians and archaeologists, giving rise to three distinct, competing theories regarding the true nature of the Israelite emergence in Canaan. The traditional ** conquest model ** envisions a swift, unified, and violent military invasion under Joshua, a blitzkrieg that toppled cities in rapid succession. However, the archaeological dirt refuses to neatly corroborate this narrative, as widespread, uniform layers of destruction from this specific period are absent from many major Canaanite sites. This glaring discrepancy birthed the ** peaceful infiltration model **, which suggests that the early Israelites were primarily nomadic pastoralists who migrated slowly from the eastern deserts, peacefully settling in the uninhabited highlands over generations, clearing forests, building distinctive four-room pillared houses, and largely avoiding direct military conflict with the powerful lowland cities until their population reached a critical mass. The most radical yet profoundly compelling theory is the ** peasant revolt model **. This perspective argues that the Israelites were not primarily outsiders invading from the desert, but rather an internal, revolutionary coalition of the marginalized. In this view, Canaan was a highly stratified, oppressive feudal society. The arrival of a small core group of escaped slaves from Egypt, carrying a revolutionary theology of Yahweh, a god who championed the oppressed and demanded an egalitarian society without absolute human monarchs, ignited a powder keg. Disenfranchised Canaanite peasants, heavily taxed serfs, and societal outcasts rallied to this new, liberating banner, rising up from within to violently overthrow their city-state overlords. The historical truth is almost certainly a complex, churning synthesis of all three models. A core group bringing the Exodus tradition from outside, engaging in targeted military strikes, merging with a slow demographic infiltration of pastoralists, and sparking massive internal social upheaval among the native Canaanite underclass. Whatever the precise, chaotic mechanics of their settlement, the death of the great general Joshua plunged the nation into a perilous, turbulent new epoch. The unified command structure that had guided them from the shores of the Red Sea to the hills of Canaan completely dissolved. Israel did not evolve into a centralized state with a king, a capital, or a standing army. Instead, it fractured into an amphictyony, a loose, highly vulnerable confederation of 12 fiercely independent tribes. They were bound together by nothing more than the shared, fading cultural memory of the Exodus and their mutual covenantal allegiance to Yahweh. The physical manifestation of this unity, the golden ark of the covenant, was housed not in a grand stone temple, but in a modest, dusty shrine in the central hill country town of Shiloh. This decentralized, deeply tribal system left them catastrophically exposed on two fronts. Militarily, without a unified command to coordinate defense, individual tribes were easy prey, susceptible to being picked off one by the highly organized, predatory nations that surrounded them. But the far more insidious, existential threat was internal. As the Israelites slowly transitioned from a life of wandering, tent-dwelling shepherds to settled, agrarian farmers, they faced a profound spiritual crisis. The invisible God of the desert had miraculously parted the sea and provided manna from the heavens, but now their physical survival depended entirely on the fertility of the Canaanite soil. They had to learn how to cultivate vineyards, terrace the hillsides, and coax wheat from the earth, and the native Canaanites were more than willing to teach them the dark, seductive rituals required to ensure the harvest. The local agricultural deities, the Baals and the Asherahs, were believed to directly control the rain, the turning of the seasons, and the fertility of the womb and the field. The worship of these gods was not an abstract theological exercise. It was visceral, tangible, and deeply intoxicating, involving sensual fertility rites and physical sacrifices on the high places. The allure of this localized, tangible religion was overwhelmingly powerful for people struggling to survive in a new agrarian reality. This constant tension between their austere covenantal loyalty to Yahweh and the magnetic pull of cultural assimilation plunged the 12 tribes into a grim, predictable, and deeply painful cyclical nightmare that would define the next several centuries. The historical record of this era operates on a weary, repeating formula of national self-destruction. First, there was apostasy, A new generation would arise, the memory of Sinai fading from their minds, and they would abandon the strict, invisible demands of the covenant, building shrines on the hilltops and bowing before the Canaanite gods of rain and harvest. This spiritual treason inevitably triggered the second phase, oppression, As a direct, disciplinary consequence of their broken treaty, the divine protection would lift, allowing a neighboring enemy, the cruel Moabites from across the Jordan, the Ammonites, or the fearsome Midianite raiders from the deep desert, to sweep in, enslave them, and ruthlessly plunder their lands. After years of grinding, humiliating subjugation, the third phase would emerge. Supplication, Broken, impoverished, and desperate, the people would finally remember their true allegiance, crying out to Yahweh in agonizing repentance, begging for deliverance from the yoke of their oppressors. Hearing their desperate cries, the final phase of the cycle would be enacted. Deliverance, God would raise up a judge. In the context of ancient Israel, a judge was not a black-robed magistrate sitting behind a wooden bench dispensing legal rulings. They were charismatic, deeply flawed, temporary warlords. They were unlikely heroes, often plucked from absolute obscurity or the very margins of society, suddenly infused with the terrifying, empowering spirit of God to rally the fractured tribal militias and violently throw off the oppressor. Once the enemy was shattered, a period of rest and peace would settle over the land. But this peace was fragile, lasting only as long as the judge remained alive. Upon their death, the tribal memory would reset, the idols would be rebuilt, and the entire dreary, bloody cycle would violently begin again. The narratives of these charismatic deliverers are among the most earthy, vivid, and cinematic in the entire ancient record, highlighting the desperate, asymmetric nature of Israel's survival. During a period of intense oppression in the north, the Israelite tribes were being systematically crushed by a Canaanite coalition led by King Jabin and his ruthless, iron-fisted general, Sisera. The technological terror of the Canaanite military was absolute. They possessed 900 iron-fitted chariots, a mobile, mechanized force that effectively paralyzed the Israelite infantry, confining them to the safety of the rocky crags. In this paralyzing darkness, the unifying voice of leadership came from a woman. Deborah was a prophetess and the only female judge in the era, a figure of immense, unshakable spiritual authority who held court under a solitary palm tree in the hill country of Ephraim. Refusing to succumb to the military despair, she summoned a hesitant, terrified regional commander named Barak and delivered a divine mandate. He was to immediately mobilize a desperate infantry force of 10,000 men and march on Mount Tabor. Barak, acutely aware of the suicidal nature of facing chariots with lightly armed foot soldiers, flatly refused to march unless Deborah personally accompanied the army to the front lines. She agreed, but prophesied that because of his hesitation, the ultimate glory of the victory would not fall to a general, but into the hands of a woman. The two armies converged near the normally placid waters of the Kishon River. As Sisera unleashed his devastating 900-strong chariot division across the flat valley floor, preparing to effortlessly trample the Israelite infantry, the tactical environment violently, miraculously shifted. A sudden, torrential, unprecedented downpour erupted from the heavens. The flash flood instantly turned the dry, hard-packed earth of the valley into a deep, churning quagmire of thick, clinging mud. The apex predators of the Bronze Age battlefield were instantly neutralized. The heavy, narrow wheels of the iron chariots sank to their axles in the muck. Horses screamed and thrashed, hopelessly trapped, their drivers frantically trying to whip them free as the Israelite infantry charged down from the high ground, slaughtering the paralyzed Canaanite forces. The mighty General Sisera, his mechanized army completely annihilated by the weather, was forced to abandon his chariot and flee on foot through the mud, a humiliating retreat that would end with his assassination in the tent of a nomadic woman named Yael, perfectly fulfilling Deborah's prophecy. Yet the peace secured by Deborah's triumph was inevitably squandered, plunging the nation into a new, even more terrifying oppression. This time, the threat did not come from the fortified cities, but from the deep eastern deserts. The Midianites, a vast, nomadic coalition operating much like a swarm of locusts, utilized a terrifying new military asset, the domesticated camel. Possessing unmatched mobility, they would sweep into the Jezreel Valley precisely at the time of the autumn harvest, their massive herds and swift raiders devouring the crops, stealing the livestock, and leaving the Israelites absolutely destitute, forcing them to abandon their villages and hide in the dark, damp limestone caves of the mountains. It was during this period of absolute starvation and national humiliation that the call of deliverance fell upon a young man named Gideon. He was not a seasoned warrior or a tribal prince. When the divine messenger found him, Gideon was hiding in the bottom of a sunken winepress, desperately and secretly threshing a meager handful of wheat, trying to keep the dust and the sound hidden from the roaming Midianite patrols. He was consumed by profound insecurity, protesting that his clan was the absolute weakest in his tribe, and he was the least significant member of his father's house. To confirm this terrifying calling, Gideon repeatedly tested God, famously demanding that a fleece of wool left on the threshing floor overnight be covered in morning dew while the ground around it remained perfectly dry, and then reversing the impossible request the following night. Having secured his hesitant faith, Gideon sent messengers throughout the northern tribes, surprisingly rallying a massive, desperate militia of 32,000 men. But the divine strategy was fundamentally opposed to conventional military logic. To ensure that the impending victory could never be attributed to Israelite military prowess, God commanded Gideon to systematically decimate his own forces. First, anyone who was afraid was given permission to go home, and 22,000 men immediately abandoned the camp. Then, through a bizarre psychological observation of how the remaining men drank water from a spring, the army was drastically, terrifyingly whittled down to a microscopic strike force of a mere 300 men. Gideon was left to face a sprawling Midianite encampment described as being as numerous as the sand on the seashore, armed only with a tiny band of 300 irregulars. The tactical plan he deployed was a masterpiece of nighttime psychological warfare. He did not arm his men with spears or heavy shields. He divided them into 3 companies and handed each man a ram's horn trumpet, an empty clay jar, and a blazing torch concealed entirely within the jar. Under the heavy, suffocating cover of pitch-black darkness, the 300 men silently crept to the very edges of the sleeping Midianite camp, positioning themselves just as the enemy was changing the midnight guard. At Gideon's signal, the absolute silence of the valley was violently, catastrophically shattered. Simultaneously, 300 men smashed their clay jars to the ground, instantly revealing a terrifying ring of 300 blazing torches surrounding the camp. They raised the ram's horns to their lips and blew a deafening, continuous, discordant blast, screaming at the top of their lungs, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The psychological shock to the sleeping Midianite army was absolute. Waking in the pitch black to the cacophony of shattering pottery, the blinding glare of encircling fire, and the deafening roar of the trumpets, they were gripped by a blind, contagious panic. Believing they were entirely surrounded by a massive, overwhelming infantry force, the Midianite coalition turned on itself in the darkness. In the chaos and confusion, they drew their swords against their own allies, hacking each other to pieces before breaking ranks and fleeing in a massive, disorganized route toward the Jordan River, completely shattered by an army that had not even drawn a weapon. These vivid, spectacular deliverances provided temporary, gasping breaths of air for the suffocating nation. But they were ultimately nothing more than temporary tourniquets applied to a deeply infected, bleeding artery. The fundamental structural weakness of the decentralized tribal system was becoming glaringly, painfully obvious. A temporary, charismatic warlord who arose only in the midst of a crisis could not provide the sustained, organized defense necessary to protect the borders, nor could they enforce the daily, rigorous spiritual discipline required to keep the people faithful to the covenant of Sinai. As the decades bled into centuries, the era of the judges slowly spiraled downward into darker, more chaotic, and increasingly violent internal conflicts, culminating in horrific civil wars that pitted Israelite against Israelite. The grand, unified vision of the Exodus had dissolved into a fractured, bloody tribalism. The period is perfectly, chillingly summarized by the final, ominous sentence recorded in the Book of Judges, a refrain that serves as both a tragic epitaph for the era and a desperate, agonizing plea for the future. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. This state of near anarchy was entirely unsustainable. The scattered, vulnerable tribes were hurtling toward an existential breaking point, and the chaotic void of leadership created a desperate, growing yearning for a more permanent, powerful, and centralized form of authority. The stage was now set for the most profound political transformation in their history, driven by the arrival of a terrifying new enemy on the coast, an enemy that would push the disorganized tribes to the absolute brink of annihilation. The chaotic, cyclical violence that plagued the Israelite highlanders might have endured indefinitely, a grim but manageable rhythm of localized crises and temporary, charismatic saviors. However, the Mediterranean winds were carrying a new, apocalyptic threat to the fertile coastal plains. This was an adversary that would completely shatter the fragile tribal confederacy and force the Israelites into a terrifying evolutionary leap. They were known as the Philistines. To understand the sheer, existential terror the Philistines projected, one must look back to the great, fiery collapse of the late Bronze Age, when the mysterious confederation of maritime warriors known as the Sea Peoples swept across the eastern Mediterranean, toppling empires and burning cities. One specific faction, identified in Egyptian monumental inscriptions as the Peliset, was brutally repelled from the borders of the Nile Delta by the armies of Ramses Roman III. Prevented from conquering Egypt, these displaced, battle-hardened maritime warriors settled along the lush, southern coastal strip of Canaan. They were entirely alien to the Semitic landscape. Their pottery, their architecture, and their military organization bore striking resemblances to the sophisticated Mycenaean Greek world they had left behind. They did not operate as a loose, squabbling collection of tribes. The Philistines quickly established a highly centralized, ruthlessly efficient political and military alliance known as the Pentapolis, a coalition of 5 heavily fortified, thriving city-states: Ashdod, Ashkelon, Ekron, Gath, and Gaza. But their true, terrifying advantage, the asset that elevated them from formidable neighbors to an unstoppable, dominating superpower, was their mastery of a revolutionary new technology: The world was violently convulsing through a transitional era, bleeding out of the Bronze Age and stepping into the Iron Age. The Philistines stood at the absolute forefront of this metallurgical revolution. They held a fiercely guarded, monopolistic grip on the complex, highly secretive process of smelting iron ore into hardened weapons. The resulting swords and spearheads were infinitely stronger, held a sharper edge, and were far more lethal than the softer, brittle bronze weapons wielded by the Israelites. An Israelite militiaman, standing on a rocky hillside with a copper-tipped spear, was facing a highly disciplined, armored infantryman wielding an iron broadsword. It was an absolute, technological mismatch. The Philistines brilliantly weaponized this advantage, not just on the battlefield, but through total economic subjugation. The ancient texts record with a tone of deep national humiliation that there was not a single blacksmith to be found in the entire territory of Israel. The Philistine lords strictly outlawed the trade in the highlands, deliberately preventing their rivals from forging swords or spears. If an Israelite farmer needed to sharpen a plowshare, an axe, or a sickle, he was forced to travel down to the coastal cities, pay exorbitant fees to a Philistine smith, and submit to the economic dominance of his enemy. The Israelites were effectively disarmed, a Bronze Age people utterly outmatched by an Iron Age empire that was now looking aggressively eastward, hungering to expand its borders into the hills. The initial, chaotic friction of this border conflict is perfectly embodied in the tragic, larger-than-life narrative of Samson. Samson was fundamentally different from the judges who preceded him. He did not mobilize an army, he did not strategize military campaigns, and he did not lead the nation into battle. He was a solitary, brooding powerhouse, a man consecrated from the womb as a Nazirite, bound by a sacred vow that included a strict prohibition against cutting his hair, the mystical source of his incomprehensible, superhuman strength. His life played out in the volatile, porous borderlands between the coastal plains and the foothills of Judah and Dan. But his story is not a heroic epic of national liberation. It is a chaotic, bloody chronicle of personal vendettas, driven by impulsive rage and a fatal weakness for Philistine women. Samson operated as a one-man insurgency, a force of nature tearing through the Philistine infrastructure. When a bitter dispute erupted at his own wedding feast over a rigged riddle and stolen garments, his retaliation was legendary and devastating. He captured 300 live foxes, tied their tails together in pairs, fastened blazing torches between them, and unleashed the terrified, fiery creatures into the dry, unharvested grain fields of the Philistines. The resulting inferno consumed their crops, their vineyards, and their ancient olive groves, striking a crippling blow to their agricultural economy. When the Philistines sought brutal vengeance, slaughtering his estranged wife and father-in-law, Samson's fury became apocalyptic. Even when his own terrified countrymen bound him with heavy ropes to hand him over to the enemy in a desperate bid to maintain the peace, the spirit of raw power seized him. He snapped the thick ropes as if they were charred flax, snatched the fresh, heavy jawbone of a donkey from the dirt, and launched into a frenzied, solitary slaughter, leaving 1,000 armored Philistine soldiers dead in the dust. Yet, for all his unrivaled physical might, Samson was a man utterly devoid of discipline. His legendary feats were tactical dead ends, achieving no strategic victory for his people. His downfall was a masterpiece of tragic, self-inflicted sabotage, entangled in a toxic, obsessive relationship with a woman named Delilah, who had been heavily bribed by the Philistine lords. He finally surrendered the secret of his strength. While he slept, she summoned a man to shear the 7 locks of his hair, severing his sacred vow. The invincible champion awoke to find himself entirely mortal. He was violently subdued, his eyes were ruthlessly gouged out by his captors, and he was dragged down to the coastal city of Gaza in heavy bronze chains. The man who had terrorized an empire was reduced to the status of a beast of burden, forced to blindly push a heavy grinding mill in the darkness of a Philistine prison. His final act was one of suicidal, catastrophic vengeance. During a massive religious festival, the blinded hero was hauled out to the grand temple of the Philistine god Dagon to provide entertainment for the gathered nobility and thousands of spectators. Guided by a young servant to rest against the central, load-bearing pillars of the massive structure, Samson uttered a final, desperate prayer for one last surge of divine strength. He braced his arms against the stone columns and violently pushed. The massive temple suffered a complete structural failure, the roof collapsing inward and burying the Philistine lords, the spectators, and the broken judge beneath thousands of tons of crushed stone. Samson's life was a visceral, bloody microcosm of the Israelite condition. Immense, latent potential thoroughly squandered through a lack of discipline and unity. The localized, chaotic skirmishes ignited by Samson's insurgency eventually galvanized the Philistines into a unified, focused determination to permanently crush the highland threat. They mobilized a massive, fully equipped army and marched eastward, establishing a sprawling forward operating base near a strategic location called Afek. The fragmented Israelite militias, recognizing the existential threat, hastily assembled their forces and marched out to meet them on the battlefield. But raw courage was no match for iron discipline. The initial engagement was a disaster. The Philistine infantry, supported by the terrifying shock tactics of their chariots, easily shattered the Israelite lines, leaving 4,000 Hebrew soldiers dead on the field before the survivors frantically retreated to their camp. In the aftermath of the slaughter, a paralyzing despair gripped the Israelite elders. Faced with the unstoppable superiority of the Philistine war machine, they made a decision born of absolute theological panic. They decided to deploy the ultimate, sacred artifact of their faith as a battlefield weapon. They sent messengers running to the ancient, central shrine at Shiloh, demanding the immediate transfer of the Ark of the Covenant. This was the gold-plated wooden chest that contained the stone tablets of Sinai, the very throne of the invisible God. The Israelites had forgotten the fundamental lesson of the wilderness. Yahweh could not be manipulated, controlled, or carried into battle like a magical talisman to guarantee victory. When the Ark arrived in the military camp, accompanied by the two corrupt sons of the aging high priest Eli, the Israelite army unleashed a war cry so massive and deafening that the ancient text claims the very earth resounded. The deafening roar drifted across the valley, striking a momentary chord of terror in the Philistine camp, for they remembered the stories of the plagues that had devastated Egypt centuries before. But the Philistine commanders brutally rallied their troops. "Take courage and be men, O Philistines," they shouted, "lest you become slaves to the Hebrews as they have been to you." The ensuing battle was not a clash of equals. It was a total, unmitigated massacre. The Philistine army tore through the emboldened Israelite ranks with devastating, methodical precision. The Hebrew lines completely disintegrated, resulting in the slaughter of 30,000 foot soldiers. But the loss of life paled in comparison to the apocalyptic, theological catastrophe that unfolded amidst the carnage. The Philistines overran the Israelite rearguard and captured the Ark of the Covenant. The sacred chest was seized as the ultimate trophy of war, and the two priests guarding it were executed in the mud. A lone, blood-soaked runner escaped the slaughter and ran the long, grueling distance back to the shrine at Shiloh to deliver the news. The aging high priest Eli, a man 98 years old, blind and heavy, was sitting on a chair by the gate of the city, his heart trembling for the safety of the Ark. When the runner staggered into the town, his clothes torn and dust on his head, a loud, collective wail of horror erupted from the people. The messenger stood before the old priest and delivered the crushing, sequential blows of the defeat. The army had fled, There had been a massive slaughter of the people. His 2 sons were dead, and the Ark of God had been captured by the enemy. At the mention of the Ark, the shock was too profound for the human heart to bear. Eli collapsed backward off his seat, breaking his neck against the heavy stone gate, and died instantly. The capture of the Ark was the ultimate, undeniable death knell for the era of the judges. The ancient shrine at Shiloh was soon reduced to ashes by the advancing Philistine forces. The decentralized, chaotic tribal confederacy had completely failed. They were a broken people, their holiest artifact sitting in a pagan temple on the coast, their armies scattered, and the iron grip of the Philistines tightening around the hills. The realization swept through the battered tribes like a cold winter wind. To survive in this brutal new reality, the old ways had to die. They needed a permanent standing army. They needed a unified strategy. They needed a king. The smoldering, blackened ruins of the ancient sanctuary at Shiloh served as a grim, silent monument to the absolute failure of the tribal confederacy. The smoke that drifted lazily into the hill country sky carried with it the ashes of an era. The Ark of the Covenant, the sacred, gold-plated footstool of the divine, was gone, carried off as a war trophy into the dark, pagan temples of the Philistine coast. The Israelite people were left utterly spiritually decapitated and militarily paralyzed. In the suffocating vacuum of leadership that followed the slaughter at Aphek, a profound and terrifying realization began to crystallize within the minds of the desperate tribal elders. The old ways of temporary, charismatic warlords rising from obscurity to fight localized skirmishes were no longer sufficient to guarantee their survival. The looming, ironclad shadow of Philistine domination demanded a radical, unified response. But the tribes possessed no central government, no standing army, and no capital city from which to mount a defense. Into this yawning chasm of national despair stepped a figure of immense, uncompromising spiritual authority, a man who would serve as the agonizing bridge between the chaotic era of the judges and the iron-fisted reality of the monarchy. His name was Samuel. His life had been intertwined with the sacred artifacts of Israel since his infancy, born to a formerly barren woman named Hannah, who had tearfully dedicated him to divine service before he could even speak. Raised in the very tabernacle that had just been reduced to cinders, tutored by the tragically doomed high priest Eli, Samuel emerged from the ashes of national defeat as the last and greatest of the judges. He was a circuit-riding prophet, a priest, and a fiercely dedicated leader who traveled relentlessly between the rocky hilltop towns of Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, holding court, settling bitter tribal disputes, and desperately calling the fractured nation back to the austere, demanding terms of the Sinai covenant. Under Samuel's sheer force of will and moral gravity, the Israelites experienced a brief, gasping reprieve, successfully repelling a Philistine advance and securing a fragile, temporary peace. But peace in the ancient Near East was always an illusion, and the biological clock of their aging savior was ticking down relentlessly. As Samuel grew old, his hair turning the color of winter frost, the heavy mantle of administration was passed to his 2 sons. However, these men possessed none of their father's towering integrity. Stationed as judges in the southern desert outpost of Beersheba, Samuel's sons were infected by the corrosive rot of greed. They perverted the administration of justice, eagerly accepting heavy bribes of silver to tilt the scales in favor of the wealthy, leaving the marginalized and the poor to suffer without recourse. The people looked at the corruption of these men and then cast their eyes toward the coast, where the Philistines were once again sharpening their iron swords, and a collective, existential panic seized the leadership of the 12 tribes. The tribal elders, representing the desperate, terrified populace, convened a grand assembly and traveled to Samuel's home in Ramah. When they stood before the aged prophet, they did not politely request a reformation of the judicial system. nor did they ask Samuel to discipline his corrupt sons. They delivered a blunt, revolutionary, and deeply theological ultimatum that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of their civilization. "You are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways," they declared, their voices hard with pragmatic calculation. "Now appoint for us a king to judge us like all the other nations." To the modern ear, this request sounds like a logical, necessary step in political evolution. The consolidation of power to face an organized, technologically superior enemy. But to Samuel, these words were a devastating, agonizing dagger thrust directly into the heart of the national identity. The request deeply displeased the old prophet, for he heard within their pragmatic demand a profound, treacherous spiritual rejection. For centuries, the entire foundational premise of the Israelite existence was that they were unique, a people set apart, whose only true sovereign was the invisible, terrifying God of the desert. Their security was supposed to be anchored not in standing armies, gleaming chariots, or hereditary monarchs, but in absolute, unyielding obedience to the covenant forged at the burning mountain, by explicitly demanding a human king so they could be like all the other nations. The elders were voluntarily surrendering their unique, divine vocation. They were trading the protective covering of the heavens for the conventional, earthly security of a standing army and a royal court. Seeking guidance in the darkness of this national betrayal, Samuel was commanded by the divine voice to grant the people their catastrophic request, for the rejection was not of the aging prophet, but of the heavenly king himself. However, Samuel was ordered to deliver a searing, meticulously detailed forecast of the brutal reality they were so eagerly inviting upon themselves. He gathered the defiant elders and delivered what historians call the rights of the king, a chillingly accurate, prophetic legal disclaimer detailing the exact, crushing price of centralized, autocratic power. Samuel's voice, rough with age and sorrow, echoed across the assembly as he laid out the unvarnished truth of ancient Near Eastern monarchy. He warned them that a king would not be a benevolent shepherd, but a relentless, insatiable taker. A king would forcibly conscript their strong, young sons, ripping them from the wheat fields and the olive groves to run breathlessly before his war chariots and bleed on foreign battlefields. He would take their beloved daughters, dragging them into the suffocating confines of the royal court to serve as perfumers, cooks, and bakers for the nobility. A king would confiscate the absolute best of their ancestral lands, seizing their vineyards and the finest grain to reward his loyal sycophants and military commanders. He would demand a heavy, crushing tax, a tenth of their seed, their flocks, and their labor, to fund his sprawling bureaucracy and lavish building projects. "You yourselves will become his slaves," Samuel concluded, his words hanging like a death sentence in the hot air. "And in that day you will cry out because of your king, whom you have chosen for yourselves, but the Lord will not answer you in that day." It was a stark, unambiguous, and horrific warning about the loss of personal liberty, the inevitable rise of heavy taxation, and the crushing burden of conscription. Yet, the terrified, stubborn people were entirely unmoved. The looming, ironclad specter of the Philistine threat completely eclipsed the abstract fear of future tyranny. They bluntly and loudly refused to heed the prophet's warning. "No," they shouted back at Samuel, "but there shall be a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." The fatal decision was sealed in the dust of Ramah. The era of the divine republic was dead, and the turbulent, bloody age of the Israelite monarchy was born. The man selected by destiny to fill this newly created, impossibly heavy office was one of the most compelling, tragic, and ultimately doomed figures in the vast tapestry of biblical history. His name was Saul, the son of Kish. The narrative introduces him not as a seasoned military commander or a shrewd political operator, but with a striking emphasis on his sheer physical magnificence. Saul was breathtakingly handsome, standing a full head taller than any other man in the entire nation. He possessed the ideal, statuesque visual aesthetic of a warrior king, the kind of imposing, muscular giant the terrified populace desperately craved to march out ahead of them and intimidate the Philistines. Yet, beneath this flawless, towering exterior lay a mind plagued by a crippling, paralyzing diffidence, a man fundamentally devoid of the ruthless ambition required to rule an ancient empire. Saul did not actively seek the throne. He stumbled into the gravity of his destiny entirely by accident. His journey began with a mundane, frustrating agrarian chore, searching the rugged hill country for a herd of his father's lost donkeys. After days of fruitless wandering through the limestone ridges, Saul's exhausted servant suggested they consult a revered local seer for guidance, the aging prophet Samuel. When the tall, weary farmer arrived at the town, Samuel, having been divinely tipped off to his arrival, greeted him with an astonishing, incomprehensible revelation. God had chosen him to be the supreme commander and the first king of Israel. Saul's immediate reaction was not one of pride or triumphant acceptance, but of profound, stammering bewilderment and deep-seated insecurity. He protested vehemently, pointing out his absolute lack of political pedigree. "Am I not a Benjaminite, from the least of the tribes of Israel?" he argued, his voice betraying his internal panic. "And is not my clan the humblest of all the clans of the tribe of Benjamin? Why then have you spoken to me in this way?" Despite his protests, in a quiet, intimately private ceremony hidden from the eyes of the public, Samuel retrieved a small clay flask of fragrant anointing oil and poured it generously over the head of the bewildered farmer, formally consecrating him as the ruler of the chosen people. This private consecration was followed by a massive, highly public selection process. Samuel summoned the tribes of Israel to gather at the religious center of Mizpah. Through a sacred process of casting lots, the divine choice was narrowed down from the 12 tribes to the tribe of Benjamin to the clan of Matri. And finally, the lot fell squarely on Saul, the son of Kish, but in a moment that perfectly encapsulated the paralyzing anxiety that would ultimately destroy him. When the crowd erupted in cheers and called for their new monarch to step forward, the giant was nowhere to be found. The first king of Israel had succumbed to sheer terror. He was eventually discovered cowering, hiding himself among the vast piles of baggage and supplies at the edge of the encampment. When they finally dragged the reluctant, towering man out before the assembly, the people, blinded by his impressive height and physical beauty, erupted into a massive, deafening cheer. "Long live the king!" Saul's reign began with a spectacular, violent flash of the charismatic, saving power the people had so desperately gambled their freedom to obtain. When the ruthless Ammonite king Nahash besieged the Israelite city of Jabesh-Gilead, threatening to physically gouge out the right eye of every man in the city as a mark of eternal humiliation, a righteous, burning anger finally seized the hesitant king. In a grisly, terrifying display of newfound authority, Saul took a yoke of oxen, hacked them into bloody pieces, and sent the severed chunks throughout the tribes of Israel with a chilling ultimatum. Whoever did not march out to follow Saul into battle would see their own herds slaughtered in the exact same manner. The psychological terror worked brilliantly. A massive, unified militia rallied to his banner, and Saul led them in a devastating, surprise morning assault that completely shattered the Ammonite army, decisively proving his martial competence and firmly cementing his grip on the newly minted throne. For a brief, shining moment, it appeared that the colossal gamble of the monarchy had paid off. Saul established a small, elite standing army, selecting 3,000 of the fiercest warriors in the land, and began to actively push back against the suffocating presence of the Philistines. He secured a massive, pivotal victory at Michmash, heavily leveraging the daring, almost suicidal bravery of his charismatic son, Jonathan, who initiated a bold raid against a heavily fortified Philistine garrison. However, the immense, crushing psychological pressures of kingship soon began to act as a corrosive acid, eating away at the fragile, deeply insecure foundation of Saul's mind. He was a man caught in an agonizing, impossible transition between two completely incompatible worlds. He possessed the title and the heavy military burdens of an absolute monarch, yet he was constantly undermined and held to an impossibly strict, uncompromising standard of obedience by Samuel, the prophet who had anointed him. Saul was expected to lead armies like an emperor, but submit like a servant. This unbearable tension inevitably snapped during a desperate, terrifying standoff with the Philistine war machine. The enemy had massed a colossal army, boasting thousands of chariots and heavily armored foot soldiers, preparing to utterly annihilate the Israelite rebellion. Saul and his vastly outnumbered, terrified troops were waiting at Gilgal for Samuel to arrive and perform the mandatory pre-battle animal sacrifices to secure divine favor. But the old prophet was delayed as the days dragged on, and the terrifying reality of the Philistine horde loomed on the horizon. The fragile morale of the Israelite militia completely collapsed. Saul watched in sheer panic as his soldiers began to desert en masse, slipping away to hide in the caves and thickets. Driven by the overwhelming terror that his entire army would melt away before the battle even began, Saul made a fatal, tragic miscalculation. He allowed pragmatism and fear to override his strict covenantal boundaries. Taking matters into his own trembling hands, the king usurped the exclusive, sacred role of the priesthood and personally offered the burnt sacrifices. No sooner had the smoke begun to rise from the altar than Samuel finally arrived. The old prophet's judgment was absolutely merciless, stripping away any context of military necessity or panic. He stared down the towering king and delivered a devastating, irrevocable curse. Because Saul had acted foolishly and disobeyed the direct command of the Lord, his dynasty was condemned. "Your kingdom shall not continue," Samuel declared, his words shattering Saul's reality. The Lord had already sought out a man after his own heart to replace him. This total, crushing rejection by the very prophet who had elevated him to power was the psychological fatal blow that broke King Saul. The text records a terrifying, unseen shift in the spiritual atmosphere. The empowering spirit of the Lord violently departed from the king, replaced by a dark, tormenting, and harmful spirit that plunged Saul into the depths of a suffocating, paranoid melancholy. The towering giant who had once rallied a nation was reduced to a brooding, suspicious, and highly volatile tyrant, pacing the cold stone floors of his palace in a state of perpetual, agonizing mental torment, while the first king of Israel was slowly descending into the inescapable abyss of his own madness. The unseen machinery of destiny was quietly shifting its focus away from the royal court, moving southward to the sleepy, insignificant pastoral village of Bethlehem. Under the cover of secrecy, driven by a divine mandate to seek out the replacement for the doomed king, the aging prophet Samuel arrived at the home of a man named Jesse. One by one, Jesse paraded his eldest, strongest, and most battle-ready sons before the seer. They were tall, muscular men who visually fit the exact mold of a traditional warrior king, much like Saul. But the divine voice offered a profound correction to human perspective. Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks directly at the heart. Each of the impressive older brothers was decisively rejected. Finally, almost as an afterthought, the youngest son was summoned from the dusty hills where he was covered in dirt and the smell of the flock. His name was David. He was a mere shepherd boy, the runt of the litter, largely overlooked by his own father, though the ancient text notes he possessed a striking, youthful handsomeness and beautiful, penetrating eyes. There, in the quiet, dusty courtyard of Bethlehem, far from the machinations of power, and the impending war. Samuel unstoppered his horn of oil and poured it over the head of the young shepherd. In that silent, private moment, the spirit of power that had violently abandoned Saul rushed upon the boy with an overwhelming, transformative force. The collision course was now irreversibly set. In a twist of profound, tragic irony, the young, newly anointed, secret king-in-waiting was soon summoned into the very heart of the royal court. David, renowned not just as a shepherd, but as a highly gifted, soothing musician, was brought into the presence of the tormented Saul to play his lyre, his sweet, melodic strings serving as the only temporary cure for the dark, suffocating panic attacks that gripped the failing monarch. The paranoid king, entirely unaware that the young boy plucking the strings in the shadows of his bedchamber was the very man destined to strip the crown from his head, grew to love him, making the shepherd his personal armor-bearer. The doomed giant and the rising star were now locked in the same room, while outside the palace walls, the Philistine war machine was gathering once again, preparing to unleash a monster of its own that would require the courage of a king to defeat. The smoldering, blackened ruins of the ancient sanctuary at Shiloh served as a grim, silent monument to the absolute failure of the tribal confederacy. The smoke that drifted lazily into the hill country sky carried with it the ashes of an era. The Ark of the Covenant, the sacred, gold-plated footstool of the divine, was gone, carried off as a war trophy into the dark, pagan temples of the Philistine coast. The Israelite people were left utterly spiritually decapitated and militarily paralyzed. In the suffocating vacuum of leadership that followed the slaughter at Afek, a profound and terrifying realization began to crystallize within the minds of the desperate tribal elders. The old ways of temporary, charismatic warlords rising from obscurity to fight localized skirmishes were no longer sufficient to guarantee their survival. The looming, ironclad shadow of Philistine domination demanded a radical, unified response, but the tribes possessed no central government, no standing army, and no capital city from which to mount a defense. Into this yawning chasm of national despair stepped a figure of immense, uncompromising spiritual authority, a man who would serve as the agonizing bridge between the chaotic era of the judges and the iron-fisted reality of the monarchy. His name was Samuel. His life had been intertwined with the sacred artifacts of Israel since his infancy, born to a formerly barren woman named Hannah, who had tearfully dedicated him to divine service before he could even speak. Raised in the very tabernacle that had just been reduced to cinders, tutored by the tragically doomed high priest Eli, Samuel emerged from the ashes of national defeat as the last and greatest of the judges. He was a circuit-riding prophet, a priest, and a fiercely dedicated leader who traveled relentlessly between the rocky hilltop towns of Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, holding court, settling bitter tribal disputes, and desperately calling the fractured nation back to the austere, demanding terms of the Sinai covenant. Under Samuel's sheer force of will and moral gravity, the Israelites experienced a brief, gasping reprieve, successfully repelling a Philistine advance and securing a fragile, temporary peace. But peace in the ancient Near East was always an illusion, and the biological clock of their aging savior was ticking down relentlessly. As Samuel grew old, his hair turning the color of winter frost, the heavy mantle of administration was passed to his two sons. However, these men possessed none of their father's towering integrity. Stationed as judges in the southern desert outpost of Beersheba, Samuel's sons were infected by the corrosive rot of greed. They perverted the administration of justice, eagerly accepting heavy bribes of silver to tilt the scales in favor of the wealthy, leaving the marginalized and the poor to suffer without recourse. The people looked at the corruption of these men and then cast their eyes toward the coast, where the Philistines were once again sharpening their iron swords, and a collective, existential panic seized the leadership of the 12 tribes. The tribal elders, representing the desperate, terrified populace, convened a grand assembly and traveled to Samuel's home in Ramah. When they stood before the aged prophet, they did not politely request a reformation of the judicial system, nor did they ask Samuel to discipline his corrupt sons. They delivered a blunt, revolutionary, and deeply theological ultimatum that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of their civilization. "You are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways," they declared, their voices hard with pragmatic calculation. "Now appoint for us a king to judge us like all the other nations." To the modern ear, this request sounds like a logical, necessary step in political evolution. The consolidation of power to face an organized, technologically superior enemy. But to Samuel, these words were a devastating, agonizing dagger thrust directly into the heart of the national identity. The request deeply displeased the old prophet, for he heard within their pragmatic demand a profound, treacherous spiritual rejection. For centuries, the entire foundational premise of the Israelite existence was that they were unique, a people set apart, whose only true sovereign was the invisible, terrifying God of the desert. Their security was supposed to be anchored not in standing armies, gleaming chariots, or hereditary monarchs, but in absolute, unyielding obedience to the covenant forged at the burning mountain. By explicitly demanding a human king so they could be like all the other nations, the elders were voluntarily surrendering their unique, divine vocation. They were trading the protective covering of the heavens for the conventional, earthly security of a standing army and a royal court. Seeking guidance in the darkness of this national betrayal, Samuel was commanded by the divine voice to grant the people their catastrophic request, for the rejection was not of the aging prophet, but of the heavenly king himself. However, Samuel was ordered to deliver a searing, meticulously detailed forecast of the brutal reality they were so eagerly inviting upon themselves. He gathered the defiant elders and delivered what historians call the rights of the king, a chillingly accurate, prophetic legal disclaimer detailing the exact, crushing price of centralized, autocratic power. Samuel's voice, rough with age and sorrow, echoed across the assembly as he laid out the unvarnished truth of ancient Near Eastern monarchy. He warned them that a king would not be a benevolent shepherd, but a relentless, insatiable taker. A king would forcibly conscript their strong, young sons, ripping them from the wheat fields and the olive groves to run breathlessly before his war chariots and bleed on foreign battlefields. He would take their beloved daughters, dragging them into the suffocating confines of the royal court to serve as perfumers, cooks, and bakers for the nobility. A king would confiscate the absolute best of their ancestral lands, seizing their vineyards and the finest grain to reward his loyal sycophants and military commanders. He would demand a heavy, crushing tax, a tenth of their seed, their flocks, and their labor, to fund his sprawling bureaucracy and lavish building projects. "You yourselves will become his slaves," Samuel concluded, his words hanging like a death sentence in the hot air. "And in that day you will cry out because of your king, whom you have chosen for yourselves. But the Lord will not answer you in that day." It was a stark, unambiguous, and horrific warning about the loss of personal liberty, the inevitable rise of heavy taxation, and the crushing burden of conscription. Yet the terrified, stubborn people were entirely unmoved. The looming, ironclad specter of the Philistine threat completely eclipsed the abstract fear of future tyranny. They bluntly and loudly refused to heed the prophet's warning. "No," they shouted back at Samuel, "but there shall be a king over us, that we also may be like all the nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." The fatal decision was sealed in the dust of Ramah. The era of the divine republic was dead, and the turbulent, bloody age of the Israelite monarchy was born. The man selected by destiny to fill this newly created, impossibly heavy office was one of the most compelling, tragic, and ultimately doomed figures in the vast tapestry of biblical history. His name was Saul, the son of Kish. The narrative introduces him not as a seasoned military commander or a shrewd political operator, but with a striking emphasis on his sheer physical magnificence. Saul was breathtakingly handsome, standing a full head taller than any other man in the entire nation. He possessed the ideal, statuesque visual aesthetic of a warrior king, the kind of imposing, muscular giant the terrified populace desperately craved to march out ahead of them and intimidate the Philistines. Yet, beneath this flawless, towering exterior lay a mind plagued by a crippling, paralyzing diffidence, a man fundamentally devoid of the ruthless ambition required to rule an ancient empire. Saul did not actively seek the throne. He stumbled into the gravity of his destiny entirely by accident. His journey began with a mundane, frustrating agrarian chore, searching the rugged hill country for a herd of his father's lost donkeys. After days of fruitless wandering through the limestone ridges, Saul's exhausted servant suggested they consult a revered local seer for guidance, the aging prophet Samuel. When the tall, weary farmer arrived at the town, Samuel, having been divinely tipped off to his arrival, greeted him with an astonishing, incomprehensible revelation. God had chosen him to be the supreme commander and the first king of Israel. Saul's immediate reaction was not one of pride or triumphant acceptance, but of profound, stammering bewilderment and deep-seated insecurity. He protested vehemently, pointing out his absolute lack of political pedigree. "Am I not a Benjaminite, from the least of the tribes of Israel?" he argued, his voice betraying his internal panic. "And is not my clan the humblest of all the clans of the tribe of Benjamin? Why then have you spoken to me in this way?" Despite his protests, in a quiet, intimately private ceremony hidden from the eyes of the public, Samuel retrieved a small clay flask of fragrant anointing oil and poured it generously over the head of the bewildered farmer, formally consecrating him as the ruler of the chosen people. This private consecration was followed by a massive, highly public selection process. Samuel summoned the tribes of Israel to gather at the religious center of Mizpah. Through a sacred process of casting lots, the divine choice was narrowed down from the 12 tribes, to the tribe of Benjamin, to the clan of Matri, and finally, the lot fell squarely on Saul, the son of Kish. But in a moment that perfectly encapsulated the paralyzing anxiety that would ultimately destroy him, when the crowd erupted in cheers and called for their new monarch to step forward, the giant was nowhere to be found. The first king of Israel had succumbed to sheer terror. He was eventually discovered cowering, hiding himself among the vast piles of baggage and supplies at the edge of the encampment. When they finally dragged the reluctant, towering man out before the assembly, the people, blinded by his impressive height and physical beauty, erupted into a massive, deafening cheer. Long live the king! Saul's reign began with a spectacular, violent flash of the charismatic, saving power the people had so desperately gambled their freedom to obtain. When the ruthless Ammonite king Nahash besieged the Israelite city of Jabesh-Gilead, threatening to physically gouge out the right eye of every man in the city as a mark of eternal humiliation, a righteous, burning anger finally seized the hesitant king. In a grisly, terrifying display of newfound authority, Saul took a yoke of oxen, hacked them into bloody pieces, and sent the severed chunks throughout the tribes of Israel with a chilling ultimatum. Whoever did not march out to follow Saul into battle would see their own herds slaughtered in the exact same manner. The psychological terror worked brilliantly. A massive, unified militia rallied to his banner, and Saul led them in a devastating, surprise morning assault that completely shattered the Ammonite army, decisively proving his martial competence and firmly cementing his grip on the newly minted throne. For a brief, shining moment, it appeared that the colossal gamble of the monarchy had paid off. Saul established a small, elite standing army, selecting 3,000 of the fiercest warriors in the land, and began to actively push back against the suffocating presence of the Philistines. He secured a massive, pivotal victory at Michmash, heavily leveraging the daring, almost suicidal bravery of his charismatic son, Jonathan, who initiated a bold raid against a heavily fortified Philistine garrison. However, the immense, crushing psychological pressures of kingship soon began to act as a corrosive acid, eating away at the fragile, deeply insecure foundation of Saul's mind. He was a man caught in an agonizing, impossible transition between two completely incompatible worlds. He possessed the title and the heavy military burdens of an absolute monarch, yet he was constantly undermined and held to an impossibly strict, uncompromising standard of obedience by Samuel, the prophet who had anointed him. Saul was expected to lead armies like an emperor, but submit like a servant. This unbearable tension inevitably snapped during a desperate, terrifying standoff with the Philistine war machine. The enemy had massed a colossal army, boasting thousands of chariots and heavily armored foot soldiers, preparing to utterly annihilate the Israelite rebellion. Saul and his vastly outnumbered, terrified troops were waiting at Gilgal for Samuel to arrive and perform the mandatory pre-battle animal sacrifices to secure divine favor. But the old prophet was delayed. As the days dragged on and the terrifying reality of the Philistine horde loomed on the horizon, the fragile morale of the Israelite militia completely collapsed. Saul watched in sheer panic as his soldiers began to desert en masse, slipping away to hide in the caves and thickets. Driven by the overwhelming terror that his entire army would melt away before the battle even began, Saul made a fatal, tragic miscalculation. He allowed pragmatism and fear to override his strict covenantal boundaries. Taking matters into his own trembling hands, the king usurped the exclusive, sacred role of the priesthood and personally offered the burnt sacrifices. No sooner had the smoke begun to rise from the altar than Samuel finally arrived. The old prophet's judgment was absolutely merciless, stripping away any context of military necessity or panic. He stared down the towering king and delivered a devastating, irrevocable curse. Because Saul had acted foolishly and disobeyed the direct command of the Lord, his dynasty was condemned. "Your kingdom shall not continue," Samuel declared, his words shattering Saul's reality. The Lord had already sought out a man after his own heart to replace him. This total, crushing rejection by the very prophet who had elevated him to power was the psychological fatal blow that broke King Saul. The text records a terrifying, unseen shift in the spiritual atmosphere. The empowering spirit of the Lord violently departed from the king, replaced by a dark, tormenting, and harmful spirit that plunged Saul into the depths of a suffocating, paranoid melancholy. The towering giant who had once rallied a nation was reduced to a brooding, suspicious, and highly volatile tyrant, pacing the cold stone floors of his palace in a state of perpetual, agonizing mental torment, while the first king of Israel was slowly descending into the inescapable abyss of his own madness. The unseen machinery of destiny was quietly shifting its focus away from the royal court, moving southward to the sleepy, insignificant pastoral village of Bethlehem. Under the cover of secrecy, driven by a divine mandate to seek out the replacement for the doomed king, the aging prophet Samuel arrived at the home of a man named Jesse. One by one, Jesse paraded his eldest, strongest, and most battle-ready sons before the seer. They were tall, muscular men who visually fit the exact mold of a traditional warrior king, much like Saul. But the divine voice offered a profound correction to human perspective. Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks directly at the heart. Each of the impressive older brothers was decisively rejected. Finally, almost as an afterthought, the youngest son was summoned from the dusty hills where he was covered in dirt and the smell of the flock. His name was David. He was a mere shepherd boy, the runt of the litter, largely overlooked by his own father, though the ancient text notes he possessed a striking, youthful handsomeness and beautiful, penetrating eyes. There, in the quiet, dusty courtyard of Bethlehem, far from the machinations of power and the impending war, Samuel unstoppered his horn of oil and poured it over the head of the young shepherd. In that silent, private moment, the spirit of power that had violently abandoned Saul rushed upon the boy with an overwhelming, transformative force. The collision course was now irreversibly set. In a twist of profound, tragic irony, the young, newly anointed, secret king-in-waiting was soon summoned into the very heart of the royal court. David, renowned not just as a shepherd, but as a highly gifted, soothing musician, was brought into the presence of the tormented Saul to play his lyre, his sweet, melodic strings serving as the only temporary cure for the dark, suffocating panic attacks that gripped the failing monarch. The paranoid king, entirely unaware that the young boy plucking the strings in the shadows of his bedchamber was the very man destined to strip the crown from his head, grew to love him, making the shepherd his personal armor-bearer. The doomed giant and the rising star were now locked in the same room, while outside the palace walls, the Philistine war machine was gathering once again, preparing to unleash a monster of its own that would require the courage of a king to defeat.